Chapter 1447. Supporting 20 Western Desert. Hot sunlight shone on heaven and earth, illuminating all living beings. The blue sky was cloudless, the golden desert was emitting distorted hot air. Farewell. Feng Yuan and the rest bid farewell to the two Tang clan Gu immortals. Shadow sect friends, take care. Tang Lan Ku smiled. She cultivated Time Path with rank 7 cultivation level. She was the controller of a tributary of the River of Time. This time, when Feng Yuan came out of Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, she was the main helper. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. You two have already seen me off. There is no need to send me off anymore. Tang Lan Ku's smile became even brighter, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. They cooperated with Feng Yuan not only for the Guts Gu trade, but also for many Dream Path research results. But ever since Feng Yuan returned to Western Desert, he had not mentioned this. When they parted, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. Even though both sides had an alliance agreement and were restricted, without any deep cooperation, Tang clan felt a little guilty. Tang Fongming had been silent along the way. Now he asked directly, Shadow sect leader, fellow immortals, how will we cooperate next? Feng Yuan looked at Tang Fongming with admiration. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's dream realm. We can deepen our cooperation in this aspect. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. It is not a good time to cooperate. We can only look forward to the future. Don't worry, we have an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if you insist on staying. But our identities are different, as well as Celestial Court's pursuers. There's a lot of pressure. Tang Fongming and Tang Lan Ku looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Feng Yuan's intention was, if they wanted to cooperate and obtain Dream Path research results, they had to help them resist Celestial Court's pursuers. Moreover, if the situation was exposed, Tang clan would collude with the demonic path, and the righteous path would lose all their reputation. This was something Tang clan could not bear. But Tang clan could not use force. Because Feng Yuan's fists were strong enough, he did not fear Tang clan, who had an immortal Gu house. Then I can only wish everyone a safe journey. Tang Fongming bowed slightly. Yes, farewell. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression indifferent as he turned to leave. Behind him, the immortals followed. On the sand dune, Tang Fongming and Tang Lank did not leave. They watched as the figures of Feng Yuan and the others shrank into black dots on the horizon. Little Ming, you let them go just like that? Tang Lank frowned. Tang Fongming's expression was calm as he glanced at Tang Lank. It's not that I let them go. It's that our Tang family can't force them to stay. Tang Lank was silent for a long time. She let out a mouthful of turbid air and sighed. Sigh, I feel uneasy. I don't know if this is good or bad for our clan. Tang Fongming, I only know that everything has its pros and cons. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, this matter was decided by the supreme elders of Tang clan. They want to cooperate with Feng Yuan and the others. Tang Lank immediately corrected him with a solemn expression. Our Tang clan has nothing to do with this matter. It's just that you and I contacted Feng Yuan and the others privately. If anything happens, only you and I will bear the responsibility. Tang Fongming chuckled, feeling some disdain in his heart. In order to maintain their righteous path status, Tang clan threw out him and Tang Lank as shields. If they were exposed afterwards, they would have a cover. This was a trick of the righteous path. Tang Fongming could understand it. What kind of person is Feng Yuan? He has already seen through Tang clan's tricks. The tributary of the River of Time is near Tang clan's headquarters. It has stayed for 10 days, but even Tang clan's first supreme elder did not show up. Is there any sincerity in such a cooperation? Since we are cooperating, we should make a choice. If we hesitate on both sides, how can we succeed? Tang Fongming muttered in his heart. Tang Lank asked again, What do you think of Feng Yuan? He said that he is being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from the celestial court. Is this an exaggeration? Tang Fongming knew that Tang Lank's question had a deeper meaning. His best response was to remain silent. If he said that Fong Yuan was not good, Tang Lank could report it to Tang Clan. Tang Fongming's grudge would make Shadow Sect unhappy. He could use this to push the responsibility away. If he said that Fong Yuan was good, Tang Lank could collect this evidence. If this matter was exposed in the future, Tang Clan would use them as sacrificial pawns to protect the clan. Tang Lank could then present evidence and say that she was bewitched by a Gu immortal of her clan to lessen her responsibility. Tang Fongming was not a stupid person. He might not have adapted to the situation when he first returned to the clan, but now he was an expert in the righteous path. However, at this moment, Tang Fongming looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Fong Yuan and the others, complex emotions surging in his heart. He sighed, directly speaking his innermost thoughts. Although I have not seen his heroic battle after interacting with him for a few days, I can already conclude that his reputation is not just for show. Fong Yuan is a legend of the current generation. He has a graceful demeanor and a grand spirit. He is very admirable. He is a man who goes against heaven. Just based on this point, we are far inferior to him. Joy flashed in Tang Lank's eyes, but she remained silent towards Tang Fongming's words. Fong Yuan was flying rapidly, but he was also thinking about Tang Fongming. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Tang Fongming was a legend in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. His status could almost be compared to Northern Plains Ma Hongyan back then. When Tang Fongming was young, because Tang Clan's Gu master higher-ups seized power, he was implicated and mercilessly abandoned by Tang Clan. He and his sister Tang, Miao, roamed outside. They suffered a lot. But under the blessing of many fortuitous encounters, he became a Gu immortal, while his sister Tang Miao also became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In order to rope in a Gu immortal, Tang Clan Supreme Elders gave up on Tang Clan's Gu master higher-ups in exchange for Tang Fongming's return. What happened next proved that the decision of the Tang family Supreme Elders was a wise one. After Tang Fongming returned to Tang Clan, not only did he help his sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal, he even actively explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. His exploration of dream realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own dream path Gu worms and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang Clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms appeared everywhere in the world. Dream Path flourished, and Tang Clan took the initiative. Using the power of Dream Path, they rose up and became the strongest superforce in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They had great prestige and influence. Even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang Clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu immortal world the Golden Age of Tang Clan. And in Tang Clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fongming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyan has already been killed by me, but Tang Fongming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyan was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the stone Lotus Island, Fong Yuan not only obtained the true inheritance and spectral soul's rank 9 immortal essence, he also obtained some precious information from spectral souls while using Red Lotus True inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven. Spectral Soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began. The Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyan was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, someone who resisted celestial court. And Tang Clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang Clan could create the Tang Clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's celestial court. This was also the main reason why Feng Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang Clan. In Western Desert, Tang Clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other two superforces, Tang Clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Feng Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time, Feng Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Zhouge and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a Venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured. Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain. Only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang Clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Feng Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. Not only did he revive, he even lurked in Celestial Court, manipulating them in the dark, plotting countless schemes and obstructing Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But it was different now. The situation in front of Feng Yuan was even worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zombie Alliance was gone. A large number of fate-defying existences were destroyed. It made it easier to repair Fate Gu. Fate Immortal Gu was like a sharp blade hanging above Feng Yuan's head. Spectral Souls will reminded Feng Yuan to be careful of Fate Immortal Gu. If it was really repaired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yuan remembered this warning, but he had no idea how to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. He could not think of a way. Surrender if you can't win. For Shadow Sect, there was no such thing as surrender. For Feng Yuan, it was even more so. In the 500 years of my previous life, I was constantly on the move. I was homeless and homeless. I was schemed against, tortured, and suppressed by Providence. I already had no way out. Providence chose me as a pawn, especially when I did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and used it for myself. I was destined to go against heaven. I had no other choice. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked up at the sky. The boundless sky, the grand providence. Compared to it, he was so tiny. Going against heaven? Interesting. Feng Yuan smiled silently. 8. Chapter 1448. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Palaces made of white marble stood tall and majestic. The silver-white sky was bright and majestic. Among these palaces, there was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. The plaque in front of the hall had 3 words: Soul Suppression Hall. The aura that seeped out from the palace itself showed how extraordinary this palace was. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. At the center of Soul Suppression Hall, there were 5 huge pillars. The scarlet pillars were connected by purple gold chains, forming a huge net. And at the center of this net, there was a remnant soul. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Myrtle stood at the edge of the 5 pillars, expressionlessly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were rank 9 Gu Venerable when you were alive. You were unwilling to die. You defied heaven. Today you ended up like this. It is all because of your own actions. Do you know your wrongs?" Her voice was very clear. It reverberated in the huge palace. In contrast, that remnant soul was silent, not making a sound. Fairy Myrtle continued. "Back then you slaughtered the world, harming all living beings to satisfy your selfish desires. You created your own glory. Now that you are a prisoner, are you not going to repent and repent? Do you want to strive for the welfare of the world, to atone for your sins?" The remnant soul was silent. Fairy Myrtle sighed, activating the immortal goo house soul suppression hall. Immediately, the majestic aura of the goo worms surged like a tidal wave. The 5 pillars let out bright red light and heat, as if they were made of lava. Countless purple gold chains weaved together to form a giant net. It was a dazzling sight. Spectral Soul's main body started to tremble. As time passed, his trembling became more intense. When the trembling reached a certain level, waves of information were extracted and transmitted to the soul-suppressing hull through the countless purple gold chains. Thus, images appeared on the surface of the pillars. They were like drawings of human skin, showing some scenes of Spectral Soul when he was alive. There were scenes of him cultivating, of him fighting heroically, of him talking to others, and so on and so forth. The entire soul-searching process lasted for the time it took an incense to burn before it came to a stop. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not satisfied. The information that he had obtained was superficial, and there was too little valuable information. In the next moment, her gaze turned solemn, and she sneered. "You Hun, since ancient times, the winner takes all. Why do you have to do this? You've already lost all hope. Do you still hope that someone will be able to break into the celestial court and save you? So what if you're putting up such a stubborn resistance? Your fate has already been decided, and it can't be changed." Spectral Soul still did not speak. He was like a stubborn piece of metal, a rock. Fairy Myrtle snorted coldly and turned to leave. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the soul-subduing palace slammed shut behind her. Looking at the empty celestial court and the silent palaces, Fairy Myrtle furrowed her brows. Over the past few days, the bad feeling in her heart had become more and more intense. On Foam Joga's side, Fan Yuan and the others had yet to appear. Not only that, in the Western Desert intelligence gathered by the celestial court, there was no mention of anyone forcefully entering the tributary of the River of Time. Everything was calm. But Fairy Myrtle sensed something amiss from this calmness. It is a pity that Spectral Soul has fallen to this state and is still putting up a stubborn resistance. The information I obtained is of no help in deducing the whereabouts of Fan Yuan and the others. He was once a rank 9 Venerable after all, a legend at the peak of Soul Path. Even as a remnant soul, he was able to resist the search of soul-subduing palace. He is truly amazing. If I was left with only a remnant soul, not to mention an immortal goo house, I would not even be able to resist a rank 6 immortal goo. Forget it. Even if Spectral Soul does not cooperate, Soul-subduing Palace can still search his soul, just that the progress is small. But as time passes, there will be a day when all the information on Spectral Soul's body is dug out. As for now, Fairy Myrtle looked at the sky. Her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. It is time for the fame of my celestial court to spread throughout the world. Several months after the Battle of the Dream Realm, the celestial court, which was gradually becoming silent, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. The former spectral soul, demon Venerable, who is now a remnant soul, was captured by the celestial court. His heaven-defying scheme was foiled by the celestial court's Goo Immortals. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Goo Immortal world. Countless Goo Immortals were shaken. Rank 9 Venerables dominated an era. They were invincible existences. To think that the celestial court actually captured a rank 9 Venerable. Furthermore, it was spectral soul, demon Venerable, who had the heaviest killing intent among all Venerables. Even though this was only a remnant soul, it was enough to shock people. Of course, There were voices that questioned the authenticity of the news, but they soon disappeared. The celestial court naturally made ample preparations. They listed all sorts of evidence and announced Zombie Alliance Shadow Sect, as well as the Battle of Etion Mountain and the Battle of the Dream Realm. The evidence was irrefutable and convincing. At once, the whole world's attention was focused on Central Continent's celestial court. The past glory of the celestial court was dug out by countless Gu immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu immortal world. It had always been the strongest. It was first created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. After several generations of immortal Venerables, it had never fallen. Even though the 3 demon Venerables had attacked the celestial court, they were unable to do anything. It was mysterious, it was strong, it was high above the masses, it was unfathomable. It was the celestial court, northern plains, longevity heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on his bed. His old face still had the last bit of vitality left. Sigh, to think that the great spectral soul demon Venerable would die in the hands of the celestial court after his death. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. In front of his bed, Yao Huang consoled softly, "Lord South Desolation, you should close your eyes and rest for a while." South Desolation Immortal smiled lightly. "I do not have much lifespan left. I only have a few days left, it is fine. Third Autumn. Remember what I told you. After I die, you have to take over the position of South Desolation." "Yes, Lord." South Desolation Immortal had a worried expression on his face. "Eras are changing. The 5 regions have reached an unprecedented stage. I can already feel the turbulent waves of the eras. These are not ordinary waves. They surpass the venerable eras of the past. This is an unprecedented tsunami. Even my longevity heaven, if I make a mistake, I will be destroyed by the tsunami of this era. The celestial court is so powerful. It is definitely our greatest enemy. You need to be careful." "My lord, this junior will keep your words in mind. Southern border, Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. This was a very special mountain peak. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into an immortal zombie. He was attacked by the alliance of super forces here, eventually dying in battle. As time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the boundless spiritual energy along the river, along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian was hundreds of meters tall. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the red-yellow river. It had abundant primeval energy and produced huge amounts of resources. It was also a strategic location. At this moment, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, looking at the grand intersection of the red-yellow river. Behind him was Wu Clan's Gu immortal Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked at Wu Yong's back, not concealing the reverence in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian originally belonged to Wu Clan, but not long ago it was taken away by Yao Clan. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong brought along clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and displayed super strong battle strength, intimidating Southern Border's righteous path forces. Moreover, in the following negotiations, he successfully obtained the immortal Gu that Southern Border's righteous path had lost from the Celestial Court, and Wu Yong distributed most of them to the righteous path clans. Because of this, Wu Yong's reputation soared. Although Wu Clan suffered heavy losses, they swept away their previous decline and sat firmly on the throne of Southern Border's #1 clan. With a stick in one hand and candy in the other, Wu Yong was successful in every endeavor. In the following days, he successfully took back the lost territories, forcing many righteous path forces to retreat. It was almost effortless. Right now, in Wu Clan, there were already people who compared Wu Yong to Wu Duxiu. Wu Clan's morale was high. They believed that Wu Yong was wise and could definitely lead Wu Clan to continue its glory. Wu Zhen, this Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, is a strategic location. In Wu Clan, only you can make me feel at ease. I will leave this place to you, Wu Yong said without turning his head, looking at the whirlpool far away. Yes, I will not disappoint, First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. Lord. He paused for a moment before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian is the last piece of land that our Wu clan has taken back. Should we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had been secretly plotting a counterattack all this time. But after receiving the information that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up. This time, Wu clan lost many Gu immortals. Since the lost territory has been taken back, we have a huge territory we're already lacking manpower. Now we lack even more. Next, we need to recuperate and nurture Wu clan's descendants to become Gu immortals. Yes, First Supreme Elder is wise, I will remember it. Wu Zhen said respectfully. Right now, Wu Yong's reputation was extremely high. Wu clan's Gu immortals would support his decision. However, we cannot let go of the matter of them offending our Wu clan. Even though we will not expand our territory, we need to compensate them with resources. Wu Yong continued. A trace of battle intent could be heard in his voice. Wu Zhen's expression became excited. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang Clan's headquarters. The might of the Celestial Court is truly shocking. Tang Clan's second Supreme Elder was deeply worried. Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder glanced at him plainly. He knew why he was here. Earlier, when they cooperated with Fang Yuan and the rest, Second Supreme Elder had objected to it. Now that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul was made public, Tang Clan's Gu immortals were facing huge pressure. Will the Celestial Court pursue us for cooperating with Fang Yuan and the rest? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they pursue us? So what if they don't? First Supreme Elder smiled. The Second Supreme Elder frowned and paced back and forth. Of course, it's a win-win situation. We can continue to work with the Shadow Sect. But if they pursue responsibility, our Tang Clan is after all a superforce in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. We can ally with other clans to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, it had to be kept a secret and not a single trace of evidence could be leaked. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will force us to answer on the basis of justice, and we won't be able to borrow any reinforcements. Also, if we really can't do it, we can only abandon Tang Fangming and Tang Lank. The First Supreme Elder laughed and said, Haha, look, you already know how to deal with it. Why are you still panicking? The First Supreme Elder retracted his smile and said sternly, If my Tang family wants to rise, we must take such a risk. Riches come from danger. If we do not grab hold of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm, we would be letting down this immortal fate. As for Tang Fangming and Tang Lanku, they were already prepared. Sacrificing for the family is also the best ending for the righteous path. The second elder let out a long sigh. Great Elder is wise. Chapter 1449. Ha ha ha. Elder Fang Yuan, you are back. Land Spirit of Langya laughed. He opened his arms and walked towards Fang Yuan with large strides. Fang Yuan also laughed. Being able to return to Langya Blessed Land is like returning home. I feel much more at ease. The two hugged each other. Their attitude was very warm. Elder Fang Yuan is now famous in the world. Congratulations. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan with a completely different gaze. Fang Yuan now had rank 8 battle strength. This was his unique battle strength. It was enough for Land Spirit of Langya to pay attention to him. Furthermore, Fang Yuan even escaped from the pursuit of the Celestial Court, safely returning to Langya Sect. If this battle result was spread, it would shock the world. From the perspective of Land Spirit of Langya, he was naturally willing to see Fang Yuan and the number 1 human force, the Celestial Court, fall into an abyss of conflict, unable to live under the same sky. The more Fang Yuan was chased by the world, the happier he was. Because he was a hairy man, his obsession was to let hairy men rule the world. Of course, Lang Yisek's safety was of utmost importance. If not for the fact that Fong Yuan was clean and did not leave any traces for the celestial court to track, Land Spirit of Langya would not welcome Fong Yuan like this. Elder Fong Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Land Spirit of Langya asked as they walked. Fong Yuan did not hesitate. He said frankly, right now the situation is very tense. I plan to lay low and rest for a while. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I will continue to raise my cultivation level and battle strength. The Celestial Court will not be able to track me down. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had you, the first Supreme Elder, supporting me from behind. The Land Spirit of Langya was embarrassed and could only laugh out loud. He naturally did not fully support Fong Yuan. He only followed the rules of Langya's sect and helped Fong Yuan refine Gu. If he had given his full support, he would have already sent Hairy Man Gu Immortals to reinforce Fong Yuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man Gu Masters. They greeted him with deep respect. The development of the Langya sect was also very fast. Ever since the Land Spirit of Langya changed its development strategy and started a war between hairy men in the 3 continents, it encouraged and nurtured many outstanding hairy man Gu Masters. These hairy man elites were all chosen and brought to Langya blessed lands cloud cover continent to live, and they were taught the next step in their cultivation. Murals of the Langya sect's grand elders could be found in every cloud city on the cloud cover continent. In the cloud city that belonged to Fong Yuan, there was a huge stone statue that was several meters tall and had the same appearance and build as him. Thus, Langya sect's Gu Masters were very familiar with all the Gu Immortal Elders. After talking for a while, Fong Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya parted. The two talked happily. The Land Spirit of Langya was very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, while Fong Yuan wanted to use Langya's sect's strength to help him refine Immortal Gu. In terms of refinement path, even though Fong Yuan had some strength, he paled in comparison to Langya's sect. Both sides came to many agreements. The Land Spirit of Langya left in satisfaction. Fong Yuan came to the Gu Refinement Hall and met with Sixth Hair. So it is Second Supreme Elder. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sixth Hair smiled. He was haggard and had a haggard expression. His face was ashen. He was in a sorry state. But when he saw Fong Yuan, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, Sixth Hair wished that Fong Yuan could die immediately. But now, Fong Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. He was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fong Yuan could protect Ying Wuxia's life and had a reconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, Sixth Hair chose to acknowledge Fong Yuan's identity. Sixth Hair greets, Lord Sect Leader. Please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects. Sixth Hair transmitted secretly. This was Langya blessed land. The Land Spirit of Langya could see everything like a palm print. It is just a formality. Why would I care about this? Fong Yuan transmitted. I still need to thank you for your hard work. The immortal Gu you refined helped me greatly. The Celestial Court is my mortal enemy. One day I will attack the Celestial Court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way. This way, please. Actually, he knew that Fong Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Fong Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life, even if this hope was very small. Moreover, Sixth Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Fong Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match. They would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move. Because of benefits, Fong Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation. In order to preserve as much of the shadow sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire shadow sect to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it. He even felt joy in his heart. Feng Yuan followed Sixth Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense. Soon, Feng Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect leader, the refinement of Clean's soul immortal Gu has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours. Sect leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the Gu refinement, as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Feng Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Clean's soul immortal Gu was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, a female Gu master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Right now, she was wearing battle armor. Her skin was fair. Her eyes were like the morning stars. Her curved brows were slightly furrowed. She was holding her breath with a solemn expression. We can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. On the other side, there was a female immortal. It was Su Hao's wife, Li Juning. Zhao Lianyu nodded. She breathed in deeply and started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like a raging wave, crashing against the aperture walls. Soon, cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. As the cracks increased, a formless power of heaven and earth lifted Zhao Lianyun's body into the sky. Only when she was 30 meters above the ground did Zhao Lianyun stop. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's eyes were shut. She was concentrating on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture, attacking the aperture walls fiercely. She did not know that in the outside world, as more cracks appeared on the aperture walls, the aura that leaked out was getting denser. 2 huge gusts of qi had already been drawn. Qi surged, causing dark clouds to rumble in the sky and thunder to rumble. Earth qi was vast, causing dust to rise and rumble on the ground. Heaven qi and earth qi were getting denser. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely shattered. Immediately, an extremely dense human qi gushed out from her body. Heaven qi, earth qi, and human qi attracted each other, quickly gathering together and wrapping around Zhao Lianyun at the center of the qi giant ball. You have to persevere, Li Juning muttered. Helping Zhao Lianyun to ascend to immortal was not only Spirit Affinity House's mission, it also concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the Anti-Phoenix faction. They were the most opposed to Feng Zhouge's faction, and Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the Anti-Phoenix faction. Su Hao had a solemn and vigilant expression. Zhao Lianyun's immortal ascension was different from others, because she had divine concealment protecting her. She was shielded from deductions and heavenly calamities and tribulations. Such a situation was unprecedented in immortal ascension. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had created the original version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu immortal. Thus, Su Hao was very careful. He paid attention to Zhao Lianyun's situation at all times and would help if anything went wrong. However, at this moment, even if Su Hao wanted to help, he could not do so. The 3 qi attracted. The entire process of fusing and controlling it had to be controlled by Zhao Lianyun personally. Others could not interfere. Fortunately, before the immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyun had done a lot of preparation and practice. With the guidance and training of a Gu immortal, she already knew the entire process of immortal ascension like the back of her hand. She could not be more familiar with it. The qi ball where the 3 qi converged became smaller and smaller. This was a joyous change. It proved that Zhao Lianyun was successfully compressing and condensing the 3 qi. A moment later, the 3 qi condensed and compressed to the limit. Zhao Lianyun opened her eyes and shouted, throwing her vital gu into the center of the 3 qi. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun fell into a dazed state. Her eyes were in a daze. At the next moment, she woke up and looked at her aperture. The aperture was no longer there. It was replaced by an immortal aperture. Rank 6 immortal aperture. I succeeded! Zhao Lianyun cried tears of joy. Chapter 1450. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. Love Gob, small, say, Netka the Refinement Path, Gu Formation activated. The eerie blue ice fire had turned into an iceberg. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. He raised his hands and placed his palms on the surface of the iceberg. His eyes were shining brightly. He was concentrating on the Gu Refinement. Almost all of his attention was on it. On his body, the auras of all sorts of Gu worms fluctuated. There were mortal Gu auras and immortal Gu auras. He was using a large number of refinement path methods and even killer moves. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, there was still a blue ice fire burning quietly in the iceberg. The Gu materials were continuously refined in the fire. The impurities were all removed. Only the essence was left. The embryonic form of an immortal Gu was forming bit by bit. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was shining with joy. This progress had already surpassed his previous record. This was not because Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair's. It was because of luck. The main reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect also had the inheritance of the remote antiquity era's refinement path, great expert, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair sighed inwardly. Bei Luo was a famous rank 8 refinement path Gu Immortal. He was most skilled in ice refinement. Until now, his ice refinement attainment was at the peak of refinement path juniors. What Fang Yuan was using now was Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus, he surpassed Sixth Hair's previous record. He was only a step away from refining Clean's soul immortal Gu. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul, he was a member of Shadow Sect. But back then, Shadow Sect used the killer move soul replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land. He did not have too many cultivation memories, because once he had too many of these memories, it would be easy for him to be exposed during the cultivation process. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya was omniscient and could sense every tiny change in every corner of the blessed land. Now that Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect and inherited the entire Shadow Sect inheritance, his Gu cultivation foundation grew explosively. This level of growth could be said to be earth-shattering. Even Fang Yuan himself was a little numb. For example, if Fang Yuan's foundation was like a lake in the past, then the legacy of the Shadow Sect was like an ocean. Even the foundation of Langya's sect was second to the Shadow Sect. Even though Langya Blessed Land had been established for a very long time, its origin was only the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor. And the founder of the Shadow Sect was spectral soul demon Venerable, who had slaughtered the world. Thus, when Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Clean's soul immortal Gu's refinement steps, he chose the most suitable Gu refinement method from the sea of inheritances in his mind. Bei Luo Ice refinement method. All right, the immortal Gu's incomplete form is already more than half complete. Success is close at hand. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. This man. A complex light flashed in Sixth Hair's eyes. In terms of refinement path, his foundation is very solid and he has great talent. Most importantly, the ice refinement method seems to be especially suitable for him. Sixth hair evaluated in his mind. There were countless refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, multiple person refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suitable for fire refinement methods, while some people were extremely compatible with water refinement methods. Feng Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Feng Yuan mobilized gu worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines gu. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Feng Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The gu immortal had to resist the coldness while refining gu. If myriad self did not advance, Feng Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Feng Yuan was refining gu far away in Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark. There were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of gu immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House, while Feng Zhouge was far away in Western Desert. Fairy Baiqing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock, sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal, Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered. An unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up. She quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a gu immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path, great expert Bei Luo. Through this dream realm, my refinement path attainment level has already broken through to great grandmaster level. Senior Bei Luo is most proficient in ice refinement methods. Why don't I give it a try? Feng Kim Hong stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers moved rapidly, creating layers of finger phantoms. A gust of cold qi immediately circled around her palm, and it became more and more exuberant. Feng Kim Hong was a refinement path great grandmaster with outstanding attainment level. Soon, a gu worm jumped out of the frost energy lump. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal gu. After flying out, it landed on Feng Kim Huang's shoulder obediently, not moving at all. Next, a second and third gu worm flew out. Moreover, the rotation speed also increased from rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 5. Feng Kim Hong showed joy on her face. Her eyes gradually brightened and her hands moved faster. But at the next moment, the frost energy exploded, the Gu refinement failed, and Feng Kim Hong suffered a backlash. Oh no! Feng Kim Huang's heart sank, her face turned pale. She subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, enduring the incoming damage. But there was no movement. What's going on? Feng Kim Hong slowly opened her eyes. Next, she saw an expert stretch out his hand in front of her. That lump of frost that was about to explode actually condensed into an ice ball in his hand. The expert was really tall. Feng Kim Huang's head was slightly taller than his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He had a majestic posture. His gaze was filled with wisdom. What attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention the most was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. "Senior, who are you? Thank you for saving me." Feng Kim Hong quickly bowed. The expert smiled. "There are countless refinement path methods, but ice refinement is not suitable for you, Feng Kim Hong. Your personality is lively and cheerful. It is suitable for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it have a tough and patient nature." Saying so, the expert lightly clenched his fist, directly extinguishing the frost energy in his palm. Feng Kim Hong was tongue-tied. She knew the power of this lump of frost energy. It could definitely heavily injure a rank 5 Gu Master. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened. "Senior, are you a Gu Immortal? You know my parents?" Feng Kim Hong had interacted with many Gu Immortals. Thus she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those Gu Immortals were amiable. Most of them admired Feng Jiuge's reputation. As expected, the expert nodded. "Of course I know your parents, but I came here for you." "For me?" Feng Kim Hong was surprised. "That's right." The expert continued. "Feng Kim Hong, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable. You are destined to enter the celestial court. You will lead this era. You will shock the world and stand proudly at the peak of Gu Immortals. I am the celestial court's Gu Immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you as my disciple. I will lead you to the throne of a rank 9 venerable." "What?" Feng Kim Huang's mouth was wide open. She looked at the expert in front of her in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Kim Hong with a kind and amiable expression. Feng Kim Hong, however, looked at this legendary person who defeated Spectral Soul with an expression of, "I suspect you are a swindler." She did not know Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects. But Feng Kim Hong was a mortal after all. There was a layer between them. Immortals and mortals were 2 different worlds. "Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, only 10 people have become Gu Venerables? I know about Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. But why am I Great Dream Immortal Venerable?" Feng Kim Hong asked. "Don't doubt yourself." Duke Long smiled. "You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal Gu came to you. That was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, who Immortal Blessed Land, or the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined." Duke Long said this with a solemn expression. His gaze was firm, as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Feng Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Fang Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue. He had suffered great injuries. The goo refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded. Fang Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Goo Man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated the immortal goo, and at the next moment, he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the goo refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire goo refinement process accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before immortal goo did not have much effect. Speaking of which, my healing methods mainly rely on man as before immortal goo. This rank 6 immortal goo is very useful among the inheritances of Shadow Sect. There are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, since there's man as before immortal goo, why is there no goo as before immortal goo? A goo worm that healed goo worms. This could be used. If there is an immortal goo, like goo as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine goo? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Fang Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many goo immortals who thought of this. Most were refinement path goo immortals, but there were also time path goo immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding goo as before immortal goo. They were all incomplete immortal goo recipes. None of them had been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most goo immortals, man as before immortal goo's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 goo immortals. The activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before immortal goo was not very effective for most rank 7 goo immortals. Unless the target was a time path goo immortal with time path Dao marks, not only would it not restrict man as before immortal goo, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before immortal goo was already like this. Goo as before was even more difficult. Using goo as before to restore mortal goo had little meaning to goo immortals, because at goo immortals level, they did not lack mortal goo. Mortal goo were only a matter of quantity to goo immortals. Of course, lifespan goo was an exception, but using goo as before to restore an immortal goo was much more difficult than restoring a goo immortal, because every immortal goo was a great Dao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between immortal goo of different paths was very serious. Immortal goo could cooperate with each other, but when used on immortal goo, it was a different concept, unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 goo as before immortal goo to restore a rank 6 goo worm was still possible. If it was between rank 7, it would definitely fail. Goo as before's concept was very good, but it was too difficult to implement. There were many goo immortals who had such inspiration. Among them were refinement path great grandmasters and time path great grandmasters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they did not succeed. Goo as before could not be used, but Fang Yuan had other methods. For example, some refinement path immortal goo formations. These immortal goo formations had the effect of reversing time for a short period of time. If there was any mistake, the goo immortal could activate the immortal formation and start again. In Shadow Sect's inheritance, there were more than 10 immortal goo formations of this type. But every one of them had the same weakness. Some used too much immortal essence, some had a limited number of reversing time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. The highest form of this immortal goo formation was immortal goo house regret pool. One of the world's 3 pools, it was famous. It is a pity that be it regret pool or those immortal goo formations, I have the inheritance but lack suitable immortal goo. Fong Yuan sighed. He had the awkwardness of a clever housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Actually, in his current situation, there were many paths in front of him. Ordinary people would be overjoyed when they obtained an immortal opportunity and inherited a predecessor's inheritance. Their cultivation path would also become brighter and brighter. Fong Yuan's shadow sect inheritances were accumulated by spectral soul demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, he plundered them for 100,000 years. It could be seen that Fong Yuan had obtained a vast number of inheritances. He naturally had countless choices in his cultivation. Among these choices, soul path, time path, earth path, space path, and other options were extremely tempting. Because they were all venerable inheritances, any one of them could cause chaos in the 5 regions. Goo immortals would fight over them. With these in hand, Fong Yuan's future would be extremely bright, it could be imagined. But the biggest help to Fong Yuan were not these new choices. Because even though these choices had great prospects and were very tempting, the time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical figures. The biggest help to Fong Yuan was wisdom goo. With the light of wisdom, it was an unparalleled help to his cultivation. Fong Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this. He had a deep impression of it, and to obtain wisdom goo's recognition again, he would need to use his original rank 6 immortal zombie body. Fong Yuan already had a way to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body. He only lacked the core immortal goo cleanse soul. In the end, he still needed to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Regretfully, he had already tried over 10 times to refine cleanse soul immortal goo, but they all ended in failure. Although the ice refinement method suits me, I have not spent much effort on refinement path. But I did not spend too much effort on refinement path, and these last few steps are too difficult. Fong Yuan sighed. That's right. 6th hair came to Fong Yuan's side, sighing as he looked at the shattered ice on the ground. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. It was a bottomless pit. Only the current Fong Yuan had the foundation and determination to refine cleanse soul immortal goo with all his might. Fong Yuan had another concern now. Someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. He would not be able to refine it no matter what. However, this situation could also be detected to a certain extent. That was, the entire process of refining the immortal goo was flawless. But at the moment of success, the immortal goo would mysteriously fail and collapse. This situation meant that cleanse soul immortal goo had already been refined by someone else. But cleanse soul immortal goo's immortal goo recipe was rather secretive. It had a limited range of circulation, and it had not been long since it died, so Fong Yuan's hope was quite high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use snow lotus essence to replace those ice path immortal materials. 6th hair muttered, modify the immortal goo recipe. Fong Yuan muttered, nodding slightly. The last few steps were too difficult. After changing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down in detail. Although it would prolong the entire goo refinement process in time, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Then, let's modify the immortal goo recipe first. Fong Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. Modifying an immortal goo recipe was not something that could be done casually. It needed to be tested continuously. The process was very risky and would consume a lot of resources. But a rank 7 immortal material like snow lotus essence is very rare. It is rarely seen in the market of jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan was slightly worried. 6th hair laughed. No worries, this immortal material is abundant in snowman tribes. Don't forget that we have already joined the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have already inquired about it. The snowman tribe in the northern icy plain has many snow lotus essence. Then let's purchase as much as we can. Feng Yuan relaxed, and his brows relaxed. Although he had few immortal Yuan stones now, shadow sex inheritances were simply too vast. Taking out some of them could cause a bloodbath. Thus, Feng Yuan was not afraid that the snowman tribe would not be moved. I must get the snow lotus essence. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1452. Genius 1 Second Remember Love? Go. Say net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Over a month later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. In the sky, a Taoist temple was floating above the clouds. The aura of immortal goo permeated everywhere. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's Time Path Immortal Goo House, Sun and Moon Temple. The decorated archway, main hall, and side halls were connected into one. This Taoist temple was one of Spirit Affinity House's foundation. It was most proficient in making goo immortal cultivation convenient. Normally, Sun and Moon Temple was kept in the hands of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders. They would take turns to manage it and assist in their cultivation. But at this moment, Sun and Moon Temple was placed in the sky. Moreover, it was activating its power. Every corner of the Taoist temple, every brick and tile, was emitting the faint light of the sun and moon. The magnificent radiance shone on the surrounding clouds, making it seem like auspicious clouds were rising and colorful. It was a magnificent scene of an immortal. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, goo immortals were already gathered. Almost all of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present. Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao Li Juning, and even the newest goo immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun. But at this moment, the main character was not any one of them, but Feng Kim Hong. Feng Jin Huang was dressed in plain clothes, neat and tidy, and her little face was full of solemnity. She knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards Duke Long, who was sitting on the main seat. That's right, this was Feng Kim Huang's disciple ceremony. Normally speaking, Feng Kim Hong, who had already joined a sect, would find it hard to take a goo immortal outside of the sect as her master. Love, go, small, say, Netka, but what kind of person was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House obeyed, they even cheered. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders even discussed that everything would be done according to the highest standards. They would spread the news with great fanfare and raise their sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was rejected by Duke Long. Duke Long's instructions were, everything should be simple, don't be ostentatious, but the standards should not be too low. Spirit Affinity House's first supreme elder personally presided over the ceremony. She spent a lot of effort to look through ancient texts. She used the ancient disciple ceremony of Duke Long's era as reference. She spent a lot of effort. Duke Long didn't reveal anything on his face, but he was quite satisfied with this apprenticeship ceremony. When his gaze landed on Feng Kim Hong, there was a gratified look in his eyes. After kowtowing, Feng Kim Hong stood up, took out a cup of tea, and handed it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Kim Hong spoke in a crisp voice. Lord Duke Long, please accept a cup of golden jade morning dew tea. Duke Long took the cup and opened the lid. Instantly, the tea emitted a dazzling and warm golden glow, illuminating the top of the temple above the immortals' heads, making it look brilliant. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes. He raised the cup to his nose and lightly sniffed. The fragrance of the tea was indistinct, but it revealed an extremely refreshing smell. It was like the smell of dew on the grass in the early morning of spring, pure and flawless, but also gave off a bright and lively aura. This tea is not bad. Duke Long smiled lightly. He slowly opened his eyes and took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, it was truly extraordinary. Even Duke Long, looking at his entire life, felt that this was a superb tea that was hard to come by. Feng Kim Hong, you are a refinement path, great grandmaster. Your tea is naturally extraordinary. Good, from today onwards, you are my second disciple. Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Gu immortals smiled happily. Even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. Play the immortal music. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. Disciple pays respects to master. Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time he could call Duke Long master and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were flushed with excitement. They could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Baiqing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Juga stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Joga and Baiqing, stay behind, the rest can leave. Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Joga Baiqing pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly after glancing at Fairy Baiqing. His gaze stopped on Feng Joga. The mission to capture and kill Feng Yuan failed. Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. Feng Joga, I am ashamed. Several months ago, Feng Joga and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert. But how could they have waited for Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss, and because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Joga back to Central Continent. But the other two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals remained in Western Desert and started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world. He is definitely a great enemy of the Celestial Court, and also a target that you, Feng Joga, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life. I am sure you know the meaning behind this. That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Joga, are her Tao protectors. What? I am Huang Heir's Tao protectors? Feng Juga was surprised. This is a heavenly secret. It cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect. It does not matter. The great era is coming. Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time, and there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my Celestial Court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that fate has entrusted to you, and lead the world into a new era. Duke Long said this, and paused for a while, giving the 3 people time to react and accept this. After a while, Feng Kim Huang's family of 3 calmed down. Duke Long then said to Feng Kim Hong, Huang Heir is my disciple. From now on, you will follow me and receive my guidance. You will be separated from your parents for some time. Your family can reminisce here. Tomorrow at dawn, I will pick you up and bring you to the Celestial Court. Duke Long instructed before vanishing from his seat. Huang Heir, I did not expect you to be the chosen one. When you arrive at the Celestial Court, you need to cultivate hard. You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of this era. The welfare of the world is in your hands. Fairy Baiqing's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part with them. Mother, I still cannot accept this. All of this feels like a dream. Feng Kim Hong threw himself into Fairy Baiqing's embrace. Ever since I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you in as a disciple, I more or less expected you to be like this. But I did not expect your father to be your Tao protector. Fairy by Ching sighed. Father, mother, what is a Tao protector? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Feng Joga explained. Throughout history, when an immortal venerable or demon venerable grows up, there will always be a Tao protector. Every path protector plays a vital role in the growth of a venerable one. Oh, Feng Kim Hong asked again. Master said he took in 2 disciples. I am the second. That means there is another one above me? Who is he? Feng Joga and Fairy by Qing's expressions changed slightly. The 2 quickly looked at each other. Fairy by Qing solemnly instructed Feng Kim Hong. Huang Er, this is a taboo. When you arrive at the celestial court, do not mention it, especially in front of your master. Why? Feng Kim Hong was even more curious. At this time, Feng Joga answered, because Duke Long's first disciple is the most mysterious red lotus demon venerable in history, who is also your eldest senior brother in name. Chapter 1453. Genius in 1 second. Remember, love, go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. This is the Snow Lotus Essence. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and clicked his tongue in admiration, his gaze revealing an admiring emotion. The Snow Lotus Essence was very exquisite. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It had pink petals and bright red stamens. The entire surface of the flower was covered in a layer of ice that was as thick as a fingernail. This layer of ice was very pure. It was transparent and flawless. It emitted waves of coldness. This coldness was not the bone-chilling coldness of icy winds. It was the coldness of spring. Even though it was cold, it was filled with vitality. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it was a scarce commodity. It was because this kind of immortal material was only produced in large-scale snowman tribes. But in the current 5 regions, humans were the dominant race. Their position was unshakable. All variant human races were forced to the corners of the world, struggling at death's door. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material because of the variant human alliance's good fortune. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to obtain Snow Lotus Essence, he even obtained a lot of it. I did not expect the Snowman tribe to have so many Snow Lotus Essence hoarded. I'm very surprised by the number. 6th Hare stood at the side and sighed. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. If it is sold, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this world uses fists to reason. The Snowman tribe is afraid of exposing themselves, so every once in a while they will carefully sell some immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence. Fang Yuan said with a penetrating gaze. That is indeed the case. 6th Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources. They're not commonly seen in the human goo immortal world. But we cannot casually take them out. We are afraid of exposing ourselves and exposing clues, attracting the attacks of human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He saw some business opportunities. Maybe in the future he could be a middleman. After all, he was also a human. He really needed these benefits. After all, he had been refining goo frequently recently. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Even though most of the contents were replaced by inheritances, in the future, be it him or the other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they still needed to cultivate and develop their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at 6th Hare and shook his head slightly. Of course, he knew that 6th Hare's words were full of deep meaning. Since he had brought up this matter, not only was he reminding Fang Yuan, but he was also using an implicit method to volunteer himself. If Fang Yuan wanted to plot in this area in the future, then he would mediate and help Fang Yuan fight for the rights and interests in this area. But at this moment, this was not the main point. Right now, I want to refine cleanse soul immortal goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained the snow lotus essence, let's start modifying the immortal goo recipe. You and I will modify it separately first. Then we will gather and learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, finally obtaining the best goo recipe. Feng Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act and deceive the land spirit of Lengya. Then, how much sect contribution points can you give me? After some haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price. Feng Yuan also left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally tested the snow lotus essence. It was like what Sixth Hair had recommended. It was indeed an excellent immortal material. The flower's nature was cold and stable, but there was a warm vitality in it. It was very good to use it to replace the flowing fire rock core in the original immortal goo recipe. The main reason was that Feng Yuan used the ice refinement method. The snow lotus essence was naturally much closer to the ice refinement method than the flowing fire rock core. An immortal goo could have many different immortal goo recipes. To achieve the same goal, there was not only one path. And when an immortal goo recipe was placed in the hands of a goo immortal with deep refinement path attainment, he or she would first distinguish which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and increase the chances of success. And in the following goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some steps in the immortal goo recipe were not suitable for them, or that the immortal materials could be replaced with better ones. This would increase the success rate of the goo refinement. What Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair needed to do now was to do this. But the main task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was still left to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was much higher than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan was more outstanding in his wisdom path attainment and wisdom path methods. The only pity was that whether it was Feng Yuan or Sixth Hair, their soul path attainment was very ordinary. In the following days, Feng Yuan modified the cleansed soul immortal goo recipe while cultivating Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley. He used these two secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul path again. His cultivation progress was extremely fast. Even Feng Yuan felt it was inconceivable, as expected of the sacred land of soul path. Of course, the most important thing is these cultivation methods. These are the contents of spectral soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan sighed. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had created a complete and comprehensive cultivation method that complemented each other and progressed step by step. Feng Yuan was merely following the instructions. When he was in Western Desert, he had used burning soul bursting luck, causing his soul path cultivation progress to fall to its initial state. But in just a few days he had almost recovered. His efficiency was simply shocking. This is only because I lack the crucial immortal goo. I cannot use many immortal killer moves. I can only use those mortal methods. Thankfully, my sovereign immortal body does not have Tao marks to restrict me. Mortal methods are also more effective. Feng Yuan cultivated soul path, accumulating his soul foundation once again. His main goal was to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Once burning soul-bursting luck was used, his luck would rise sharply. It had a miraculous effect on refining immortal goo. As for burning soul-bursting luck, it was not that it was useless, but there were too many people whose luck was connected. It needed to be split before it could be used on Feng Yuan. It was far inferior to Feng Yuan using burning soul-bursting luck to consolidate his own luck. There was another reason. In Wu Xie himself had lead soul into dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Feng Yuan was definitely going to obtain this killer move in the future. Now that he was in Langya Blessed Land, he was not in a hurry to do so. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair gathered their results. They obtained the improved initial version of the immortal goo recipe. There was nothing much to say. they continued to refine goo. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were expended, but the results were not zero. During the process of failure, Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair modified the immortal goo recipe again, perfecting it to the limits of their abilities. During the fourth goo refinement, Feng Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, causing his luck to rise sharply. This time at the final juncture, he still ended up regretfully. Fifth time, failure. Sixth time, failure. Seventh time, eighth time, ninth time. Feng Yuan continued to try. He persevered. After each failure, he would practice his refinement path techniques. He would enter the two sacred lands of soul path, using the secret methods in spectral soul's true inheritance to rapidly raise his foundation. After his soul path foundation reached a certain level, Feng Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck once, before attempting to refine goo again. 13th time, failure. 14th time, failure. 15th time, success. Success came unexpectedly and suddenly. It was as if Feng Yuan had suddenly obtained cleanse soul immortal goo with both hands. He succeeded after 15 attempts, including Sixth Hair's previous failures. He had a total of 30 attempts. He spent an enormous amount of resources just to refine such a tiny rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt already. Even the previous Feng Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could not bear such a price. If not for him inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance, having a target to sell to Langya Sect, having the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence, and the wholehearted support of a refinement path goo immortal, Feng Yuan would not have succeeded because of these factors. Chapter 1454. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It looked like a tadpole, but was the size of Feng Yuan's fist. It was gray-white in color and was floating above Feng Yuan's palm. I finally refined it. It was not easy. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Goo Immortal's refining goo was truly a huge gamble. Feng Yuan tried close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The amount of resources consumed was already a very large figure. Feng Yuan naturally could not take out such resources. He used Shadow Sect's inheritance to exchange for Langya Sect's sect contribution points, and then used these sect contribution points to exchange for abundant resources from Langya Sect's treasury. But among these, the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence was not included. The facts before him proved that this rank 7 immortal material was indeed of great help to Feng Yuan. The immortal goo recipe had been modified. It was indeed better than before, or rather, it was more suitable for Feng Yuan to refine goo. The only thing lacking was that this cleanse soul immortal goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo, he could directly construct an immortal killer move and begin to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Although rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo could be used, the effect was minimal. He would need at least 8 years to completely resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Of course, this was under the condition that time path methods were not taken into consideration. If time path methods were used, Feng Yuan estimated that 8 years could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years referred to the time of the 5 regions. This was the limit of what Feng Yuan could achieve at the moment. 3 years is too long. Feng Yuan's gaze was deep. If he used rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo, he would need at most half a year to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. The half a year here naturally referred to the time of the outside world. However, to refine rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo was much harder than refining rank 6 cleanse soul. Moreover, this rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo had to be used as the main material in the refinement. After all, immortal goo were unique. Since rank 6 cleanse soul existed, there would not be rank 7, 8, or even 9 cleanse soul immortal goo in the world. But this way, the risk would be much higher than before. Previously, When Fong Yuan failed in the Gu refinement, he only destroyed some immortal materials. But if he failed this time, rank 6 cleanse soul immortal Gu might be destroyed. He would have to start all over again. Of course, Fong Yuan had blood asset immortal Gu. He might be able to break even. In the process of Gu refinement, it was unknown if he could protect rank 6 cleanse soul immortal Gu. However, this method still required Fong Yuan to research. Fong Yuan had blood path realm, but refinement path realm was a bit awkward. Lord Sect Leader, are we going to continue refining? Maybe I can change my vital Gu and replace cleanse soul with my own vital immortal Gu. Sixth hair transmitted. After exchanging for vital immortal Gu, cleanse soul immortal Gu would fail repeatedly in the process of advancing to rank 7. But as long as sixth hair did not die, it would exist. At most, it would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, Fong Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital immortal Gu was very dangerous and would cause great harm to oneself. Just the land spirit of Lengya alone was not easy to deceive. With our relationship on the surface, there is no need for you to make such a huge sacrifice. Then let someone else exchange for the vital immortal Gu. Ing Wu Xie and He Lulan can be considered. I suggest Ing Wu Xie. Sixth hair suggested in private. This was a good suggestion indeed. Bai Ningbing was the first to be eliminated. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lulan and Ing Wu Xie. They were also eliminated. Ing Wu Xie was a split soul of spectral soul, while He Lulan was bound by the alliance agreement and could not betray him. Comparing the two, Ing Wu Xie was naturally better. After all, he had extraordinary soul path attainment. Moreover, in the future, after Fong Yuan took lead soul into dream, cleansed soul immortal Gu would be able to replenish some of his strength. Fong Yuan, however, still shook his head. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was refined by him using all sorts of methods. How could he give it away so easily? He would at most lend it to others. Moreover, cleansed soul immortal Gu was very useful. It could be used in soul path cultivation. It could make up for some of the shortcomings of Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. Fong Yuan had already decided to keep it in his hands. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of something. Even though I am the leader of Shadow Sect, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not under my control. We can only be considered allies who make use of each other. Lady White Rabbit has a good impression of me, and because of the true inheritance, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin also cultivates the true inheritance. She is being chased by Southern Border's righteous path. She can only follow me. He Lulan is bound by the alliance agreement and cannot betray us, but she has huge ambitions and will not be satisfied with the current situation. She just cannot resist for now. As for Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls. They are constantly thinking about saving their main body. But this hope is too slim. They are too weak. They can only rely on me. If Fong Yuan listened to Sixth Hair and gave cleansed soul immortal Gu to Ing Wu Xie, what if they had a chance to save spectral soul's main body in the future, but it did not go according to Fong Yuan's plan? Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair's choice would not be biased towards Fong Yuan. By then, wouldn't Fong Yuan's action of giving Ing Wu Xie cleansed soul immortal Gu be a foolish act of giving aid to the enemy? Thus, Fong Yuan told Sixth Hair another plan. Even though it is only a rank 6 cleansed soul immortal Gu, there is a unique method in Shadow Sect's inheritance that can succeed, but it requires the sacrifice of a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before becoming nervous. Sect leader is thinking, "You are wanted by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes. Don't worry, I know what to do." Fong Yuan smiled as he patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, walking away slowly. Early morning sunlight shone through the window and into the house. Murong Ching Si was in a good mood. She was humming a song as she sat in front of the table, playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom. their bright red petals bathed in the sunlight, appearing delicate and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Morongqingsi, because her lover, Zhiliang, according to the previous agreement, would officially come to Morong clan's headquarters on this day to propose marriage. The two had not known each other for long. Morongqingsi was a female immortal of Morong tribe, while Yunliang was a famous lone cultivator in northern plains, known as Young Master Yin. Even though they had heard of each other for a long time, the first time they met was in He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. Because of the immortal material affinity wood, the two had a conflict. Affinity wood was a type of rootless wood that grew in the air. It was very fragile and could not be interfered with during the harvesting process. Otherwise, the valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Morongqingsi found the affinity wood, young Master Yunliang had already started harvesting the affinity wood. Morongqingsi did not attack, instead waiting for him to finish harvesting. Yunliang was also very gentlemanly. He expressed his willingness to spar with Morongqingsi. The winner would get all the affinity wood. Fate was truly a mystical thing. Like this, the two got to know each other, and in the following days, because of coincidences, they met more often. As time passed, they gradually developed feelings for each other, and even decided to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstacle to their union. The woman was a Gu immortal of a Huang Jin tribe, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their affair was exposed. They were anxious and worried. But soon, the situation unexpectedly took a turn for the better. After Longevity Heaven learned of this situation, it actually approved Yunliang and Morongqingsi's marriage. As it turned out, due to the power of the celestial court, Longevity Heaven started to make arrangements to deal with the upcoming wave of the Great Era. To unite as many Gu immortals as possible in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see such a marriage. Yunliang could be said to be a symbol among lone immortals. Him marrying into Morong tribe, one of the Huangjin tribes, had great political significance. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Morongqingsi naturally did not know the considerations of the higher-ups. She only felt surprised and joyful, and was even more grateful to Longevity Heaven, rejoicing that love was not easy to come by. Yunliang is proposing today. The mortal materials should have been prepared. I have checked the list of gifts. There are no problems. The clan supreme elders have also received orders from Longevity Heaven. They will not obstruct it. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, they will prepare for the wedding in a month. But why is there an indescribable sense of unease lingering in my heart? Morongqingsi's delicate brows slightly furrowed. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. Am I worrying about personal gains and losses because of happiness? There is no problem. What obstruction can there be? Or is it because my heart is filled with happiness, so it feels a little unreal? On Morongqingsi's cheeks, 2 blushing red clouds rose. She laughed. At once the room was filled with light. But at the next moment, she suddenly stiffened, her face turning pale. At this moment, the soul, lantern Gu, and life, tablet Gu in her immortal aperture shattered. These 2 Gu worms were the tokens that she and Yunliang had specially exchanged for. Yunliang, no way. This is impossible. Chapter 1455. Morongqingsi's desperate action immediately attracted the attention of the other clan's Gu immortals. What happened? Looking at Morongqingsi's expression, it doesn't look good. Qingsi, wait, why are you so anxious? A clan's Gu immortal asked, but Morongqingsi did not answer. Her mind was focused on rushing forward. Her heart was filled with fear and panic. She wanted to find out the truth. Let's go and take a look. Today is the day that Yunliang came to propose, and Morongqingsi is so anxious. Could it be soon? 3 Gu immortals flew out of Morong clan's headquarters and followed Morongqingsi. Murong Qingxi's life, tablet goo, and soul lantern goo were broken. She could not use them to locate Yunliang. However, she knew the route that Yunliang would take to Murong clan. She only needed to follow this route now. After half a cup of tea's time, a messy battlefield suddenly appeared in Murong Qingxi's vision. Her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly descended. Yunlang? Yunlang! Where are you? Murong Qingxi called out repeatedly, but only the sound of the wind responded to her on the battlefield full of holes. Oh no, a huge battle happened here. How could this be? The 3 Murong clan Gu immortals who rushed over saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They quickly joined in the search. The 4 Gu immortals turned the battlefield upside down and finally found something. An information path, Mortal Gu, was buried deep underground. It seemed to be a message left behind by Yunliang before his death. Qingxi, you need to be mentally prepared. Murong clan's Gu immortals looked at Murong Qingxi worriedly. Her condition was clearly not good. Looking at this information path, Mortal Gu, Murong Qingxi's expression was dazed. She felt great fear in her heart. But in the end, she stretched out her trembling hands and held this information path, Mortal Gu, in her palms. Next, Murong Qingxi focused her mind and looked at the contents for a moment before shouting, "Fang Yuan, I swear I will not forgive you." Her voice was extremely mournful and filled with hatred, causing the other Murong clan Gu immortals to feel fear. Guh. At the next moment, Murong Qingxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. However, the anger and sorrow in his heart were too heavy, and he vomited blood and fainted. Several Murong clan Gu immortals were flustered, quickly supporting Murong Qingxi. It wasn't a big deal to check his injuries, but he had been traumatized. The few of them discussed for a while and decided not to wake her up for the time being. Falling into a deep sleep was not without its benefits. Next, the Gu immortals inspected the contents of the Gu worms. This crucial information path, Mortal Gu, recorded the scene of Yunliang's final battle. His opponent was an ancient sword serpent. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves. It also had a strong defensive method that could counter immortal attacks. His identity was obvious. The Gu immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guan Yi. But what relationship did this Lu Guan Yi have with Fang Yuan? The 3 Murong clan Gu immortals continued to read before coming to a realization. It turned out that in the final battle, the ancient sword serpent had transformed into a human form. It was Lu Guan Yi, and he had dealt a fatal blow to Zhiliang. Zhiliang cursed. Lu Guan Yi, I have no enmity with you, but you harmed my life. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Lu Guan Yi sneered. It is a pity you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Go to hell. Oh right, Lu Guan Yi is only my fake name. My real name is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Zhiliang's gaze gradually lost focus. Fang Yuan sneered. It is your honor to know my real name before I die. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. I will shake all living beings. Cold, cruel, and domineering aura assaulted the 3 Murong clan Gu immortals. So Lu Guan Yi is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is Lu Guan Yi. They're the same person. Damn it. Lu Guan Yi, no. Fang Yuan, he actually dared to kill Zhiliang. He is looking down on our Murong clan. One of the Gu immortals clenched his fists, unable to restrain his anger. The other 2 immortals, however, fell into a strange silence. Why aren't you speaking? The angry Gu immortal asked curiously. The 2 Gu immortals sighed. One of them said, Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is also Lu Guan Yi. He subdued Reverse Flow River. He has the strength to fight rank 8. He has offended both Yi Lui clan and Lu clan, but look at them now. Even though there was a warrant for their arrest after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Both clans have quieted down. No one dares to find trouble with Fang Yuan. Our Murong clan is afraid. The angry Gu immortal stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Afraid of what?" "We are the Grand Huang Jin clan, the descendants of Giant Sun. We have so many Gu immortals. Why would we be afraid of a mere otherworldly demon? We want revenge. We want to restore the prestige of Northern Plains' righteous path." The other two Gu immortals looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "How old is he?" "Murong Xingxing is still the same," the two of them said to each other through voice transmissions. "No need to care about him. This matter is not so simple. Murong Qingxi and Yun Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong clan. Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. It might cause a huge commotion. The waters here are too deep. It is not something rank 6 minor characters like us can meddle in. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into the whirlpool and die horribly." "That's right. The most important thing now is to present the situation here and this key clue to the first Supreme Elder. Lang Ye Blessed Land, Cloud City. In a secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut. His mind was almost completely focused on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed soul immortal Gu, which he had refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Around it were large numbers of mortal Gu, as well as several supplementary immortal Gu. These Gu worms were all activated, emitting a faint white light. The light was concentrated on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white light had already shrouded it for a long time, but the immortal zombie body showed no signs of movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had not taken the crucial step yet. Earlier, he was only familiarizing himself with this immortal killer move and stabilizing the situation. After about 5 minutes, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly the time was ripe. He took out a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert, Yi Lui Kunxing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul struggled and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance now. Even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kunxing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? Chapter 1456. Soon, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul entered the range of the pale white light. Yi Lui Kunxing's soul strangely stopped moving. It was as if he had turned into a fool. Next, from his soul, specks of pale green light flew out. These specks of light increased in number, drifting in the air like a drizzle. Fang Yuan willed. These specks of light found a direction and surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of specks of light covered the strength path immortal zombie body, causing the soul path Dao marks to dissipate. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body gradually decreased, while Yi Lui Kunxing's soul also weakened. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as water. He maintained the killer move as stable as a mountain, not moving at all. This killer move needed to last for 3 days and 3 nights to completely remove the soul path trap on the strength path immortal zombie body. The whole process consumed more than 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was using the soul of a rank 7 Gu immortal, along with cleansed soul immortal Gu and the correct method to remove it recorded in spectral soul's true inheritance. If Fang Yuan had to develop his own ideas and try it, the amount of time, effort, and resources he would need would be a shocking figure. Fang Yuan was not worried about his immortal essence reserves being insufficient. He had made ample preparations. Time passed like this. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Yuan stopped using the killer move. He calculated the amount of red date immortal essence he had expended was more than 1,300. This was the result of him using some immortal Gu instead of the orthodox method. A huge amount of immortal essence was expended. His immortal essence reserves were completely depleted. But Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. Perceivable Tao Immortal Gu. He activated this unique information path Immortal Gu. After inspecting it, he nodded and smiled in satisfaction. It's finally resolved. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body has been completely removed. It was not easy. It was really not easy. The problem of the soul path trap had been troubling Fang Yuan for a long time. Now it was finally resolved. At once, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. However, after Fang Yuan calmed down, he decided not to test it himself. As cautious as he was, he chose to use other Gu immortal souls to probe. After a few more tests, there were no problems. Fang Yuan moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. He looked at his 8 big hands and stretched his muscles and bones. It felt great. Finally, I can use this body of mine again. At this moment, Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat subtle. It was as if he had returned to his hometown after traveling for a long time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and gently stroked his abdomen. There was only one rank 5 aperture left. The strength path 6 revolutions death aperture had been completely destroyed, and the strength path Tao marks had been transferred to Fang Yuan's body. From this aspect, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was a genuine rank 6 strength path immortal material. The rank 6 strength path 6 revolutions death aperture was originally created by Fang Yuan after he used second aperture Gu. The rank 5 peak stage aperture was his original aperture. In this aperture, spring-autumn cicada was still sealed. The aperture's purple crystal walls were already filled with cracks. After all, spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It had great pressure on the aperture. But Fang Yuan was not worried that the aperture walls would shatter from the pressure. He could deal with it before, and now that he had obtained the Shadow Sect inheritance, he had many better methods. This spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan would not give up on it. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with providence now. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it, he would need to refine it and completely remove the providence. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan's next plan was to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada on this basis. But before I refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should advance this body to rank 6 Gu Immortal first. Rank 6 time path, Gu Immortal. This was Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After his attempt succeeded, Fang Yuan's soul left his body and returned to the sovereign immortal body. And this immortal zombie body was still suppressed in the Gu formation in the mountain. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained providence. Fang Yuan wanted to be prepared for any eventualities. Let's try wisdom Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a trace of eagerness. He broke out of his closed door cultivation and flew towards wisdom Gu. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court, Wisdom Gu was moved to Langya Blessed Land by the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, using a secret method. Since then, it had been fed by the land spirit of Langya and had not been moved to another place. Fang Yuan soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had a strange expression. Fang Yuan, someone framed you. What do you mean? Yun Liang died. Crucial clues were left behind on the battlefield, pointing to you as the culprit. Moreover, your identity as Lu Guan Yi has been completely exposed. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, oh, no, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal World is shocked by this news. The land spirit of Langya laughed. Fang Yuan wanted to use a rank 7 Gu Immortal soul to unravel the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. But he already had this type of captives. Not just Yi Lui Kunxing, he also had Fairy Chui Bo, Lu Tribes Gu Immortal Luyong, Mahangyan Sol, and even Heiching. Sixth Hair was worried that Fang Yuan would go to northern plains to hunt Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had told him that he had a sense of propriety. He naturally would not take the risk. He already had Gu immortal souls. He could use them here. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to recuperate and fight for time to strengthen himself, and not go out to fight and kill. After Fang Yuan asked for the details, he quickly understood and said, "I'm afraid this is Celestial Court's doing. Yun Liang is a lone immortal. Longevity Heaven actually allowed him to marry Morong Ching Si. They even seem to be happy about it. This is Longevity Heaven's arrangement for the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war. But why would Celestial Court allow it? They would naturally cause trouble and plot against it." Fang Yuan, your analysis makes sense. The land spirit of Lengya heard this and nodded, laughing strangely. Right now, Longevity Heaven is extremely furious. The newly appointed South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang, has announced that he wants to capture you no matter what. Not only are you the enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, the demonic path and lone immortals are also hostile towards you. Fang Yuan nodded. It was no wonder. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan offended Northern Plains' righteous path, and also offended the demonic path represented by old ancestor Shuahu. Right now, Yun Liang was the symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals. Fang Yuan was wrongly accused as a murderer. He was naturally viewed with hostility by the Gu immortals of this faction. All right, forget about this. Quickly do it. Let me see if you can activate the light of wisdom. The land spirit of Lengya urged impatiently. All right, I also want to see the result. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The chances of success were high. If he succeeded, he would soar to the sky. Chapter 14:57. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his immortal aperture, taking out the 8-armed immortal zombie body. Next, under the gaze of land spirit of Lengya, his soul left his body and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning to face Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. He spoke. His voice was hoarse and very unpleasant to hear. "Do you still remember our agreement?" Wisdom Gu was playing around, but when it heard this, it stopped its movements and floated in the air, looking at Fang Yuan quietly without moving. Time passed slowly. Fang Yuan could not help but hold his breath, even though he was an immortal zombie now and did not need to breathe. Wisdom Gu seemed to be puzzled. It started to circle around Fang Yuan. After circle, it observed Fang Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge leaf at the side. Next, a ball of multicolored light expanded from small to large, gradually spreading from the Wisdom Gu's body. Light of wisdom. Success, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh loudly. Land spirit of Lengya was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Light of wisdom. This is really the light of wisdom. Land spirit of Lengya walked into the halo and immediately felt that his thoughts had become extremely sensitive. In an instant, he became very smart. But soon he cautiously retreated out of the light halo's range and stared at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan really succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing, this kid is really amazing this time. After the shock, land spirit of Lengya looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. His gaze was dazed. Although they were 2 land spirits, they shared their memories. Land spirit of Lengya still remembered. Just a few years ago, Fang Yuan was still a Gu master. He was an insignificant mortal who came to Lengya blessed land for the first time. In these few years, not only did Fang Yuan become a Gu immortal, his name even shook the world. He could resist rank 8s. Now he could even summon the light of wisdom and use it. Soaring to the sky, this was really soaring to the sky. If Fang Yuan hadn't inherited the legacy of the Shadow Sect and regained the light of wisdom, it would only be like adding wings to a tiger. However, it just so happened that Feng Yuan had the inheritance of the Shadow Sect. In this case, the light of wisdom would be of unimaginable help to Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya had experienced countless years and seen all kinds of people. But now he didn't have the ability to estimate and predict Feng Yuan. It was impossible to predict. He couldn't predict Feng Yuan's future cultivation and development at all. Any future achievements of Feng Yuan could be understood and accepted. Feng Yuan soon stopped laughing. He calmed down and said to Wisdom Gu, "All right, Wisdom Gu, please stop, let me take a break." The light of wisdom shrunk until it vanished. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply and said, "Oh, Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the light of wisdom spread out again. Feng Yuan clenched his fists. He was extremely excited. The facts in front of him proved that the light of wisdom had been regained. From now on, if there were no accidents, he could continue to use the light of wisdom until eternity. Feng Yuan quickly turned around and smiled at the land spirit of Langya. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange the inheritance." Land spirit of Langya couldn't help but praise inwardly. Feng Yuan's thinking is so clear. All right, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't refuse, and there wasn't even a hint of hesitation. If it were the previous land spirit of Langya, he would have rejected the offer because the previous land spirit only liked to refine Gu. But the current land spirit of Langya wanted the hairy men to rule the world. Thus, he created an iron-blooded policy and recruited talents, trying his best to make the whole of Langya's sect into a powerful sect. Such a sect naturally needed to have access to many paths. Refinement path alone was not enough. After all, refinement path's battle strength was much weaker than other paths. Thus, land spirit of Langya had a deep desire towards the inheritances in Feng Yuan's hands, especially spectral soul's true inheritance. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered the world. He was the Venerable with the heaviest killing nature. His soul path true inheritance naturally had great battle strength. Langya's sect could use it to make up for the sect's weakness. Both sides quickly completed the exchange. Feng Yuan obtained almost all of Langya's sect's inheritances, including the complete self, luck true inheritance, and long hair ancestors, refinement path true inheritance. Meanwhile, land spirit of Langya obtained spectral soul's true inheritance, limitless true inheritance, red lotus true inheritance, paradise earth's true inheritance, and countless other inheritances. Inheritances that could be taken in by Shadow Sect were naturally very outstanding. Thus, in terms of value, Feng Yuan's contribution was much higher than Langya's sect's. Thus, to make up for the difference, land spirit of Langya handed Luo Pavali to Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's current situation was that he was the public enemy of the world, along with his previous performance. Land spirit of Langya's trust in him increased by a lot. Feng Yuan is one of us. Even if Luo Pavali is given to him, my sex members can still make use of it. This was land spirit of Langya's secret plan. As for Feng Yuan's self-luck true inheritance was one of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances. Feng Yuan had already obtained a portion of its essence. Now Feng Yuan learned about it. And long hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance mostly talked about the hairy man heaven and earth-style refinement path methods. It was not of much help to Feng Yuan. In this transaction, both sides sold inheritances and bought inheritances. It did not involve any immortal Gu. Of course, Feng Yuan wanted to obtain some of Langya's sect's immortal Gu. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, in this aspect, land spirit of Langya was very conservative. He was not willing to sell them. Next, Feng Yuan did not leave, he stayed here. He bathed in the light of wisdom and started to think about all sorts of problems. Langya land spirit, on the other hand, sighed as he left. With the help of the light of wisdom again, Feng Yuan was no longer the same as before. All sorts of wisdom path methods were used together. Thoughts appeared in his mind endlessly. Affection immortal gu and self-love immortal gu combined into an immortal killer move. It made Fang Yuan feel like he had immortal level self-will gu. He did not lack any will. This way, the light of wisdom was able to display its miraculous effect. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained a satisfactory answer. Immortal killer move. Ghost official garment. This was an entire set of immortal killer moves. It came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Providence and other Gu Immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was divided into 4 layers, corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. Fang Yuan modified this immortal killer move on the original foundation. Even if he lacked the core immortal Gu, he could use other immortal Gu to replace it. Chapter 1458. The modified immortal killer move Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Gu and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. His soul flew out of the sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very solid. Because of burning soul bursting luck, his soul foundation had been expended many times. It was only 100-man soul now. The difference was that on the surface of his soul, there was a large garment. His sleeves were long, and the hem of his robe reached his feet. This was the effect of Ghost Official Garment. It was commonly called Ghost Official Garment, but if it was broken down, rank 6 Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Errand Garment. Rank 7 was Ghost General Garment. Rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against the deductions of rank 9 Gu Venerables. Of course, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not push this killer move to rank 9 level back then, because he did not need to. He was a great demon venerable. When he was alive, he slaughtered the world. He did not need to defend against deductions. Thus, the highest Ghost Official Garment he could reach in his life was rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Why is it only rank 6 Ghost Errand Garment? After he modified it, the core of the killer move was rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. That was to say, it was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it not Ghost General Garment, but Ghost Errand Garment that was slightly inferior? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify this move. How could there be a mistake? I understand. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized. The answer was on his body. Underneath the Ghost Official Garment, there was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Errand Garment was said to be made of sackcloth and was crude, then this inner layer of clothing was like silk. It was very tight and gave off an exquisite feeling. This was Tao Mark silk clothing. It was created from the rank 9 Immortal Killer move Ghostly Concealment. In terms of level, Ghost Errand Garment could not compare. Originally, Ghost Official Garment was directly attached to my soul. But now, I am separated by a layer, so I fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Fang Yuan did not expect this drawback. For a long time, he had enjoyed the advantages and convenience of the non-conflicting Tao marks of the Supreme Immortal Body. He didn't expect to stumble in this small corner today. My Supreme Immortal Body will not have conflicting Tao marks. But there are still conflicts between the killer moves of different paths. Even though Ghostly Concealment has the name Ghost, it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move. The two are mutually exclusive. To solve this problem, the most fundamental solution is to combine these two moves into one. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. It was too difficult. Fang Yuan did not understand Ghostly Concealment at all. Moreover, Fang Yuan was lacking in theft and soul path attainment levels. Even if he could deduce with the light of wisdom, the progress would be extremely slow. according to the current conditions, even if he did not sleep or rest for hundreds or thousands of years, Fang Yuan might not be able to deduce the final result. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and rank 9 was still far away from Fang Yuan. Even though he could fight rank 8 now, he was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then let's do this. Fang Yuan injected the soul back into the body. He did not intend to change his method. He inherited all of Shadow Sect's inheritances, and just now he exchanged for almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances. Of course, it was only almost. The two sides did not exchange some of the most crucial parts. Langya Sect was like this, and so was Fang Yuan. Even so, almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances were still huge in size, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's treasury. After all, Long Hair Ancestor was a person from the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago, and Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. In terms of time alone, Langya Sect was much longer than Shadow Sect. However, the inheritances that Langya Sect absorbed were all related to Refinement Path. Even other paths were mostly related to Refinement Path. Moreover, Langya Sect's collection ability was definitely inferior to Spectral, Soul, Demon, Venerable, and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan used both of them. In terms of inheritances alone, he had already surpassed any of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even if 2 or 3 ancient sects worked together, they might not be able to match him in this aspect. As for Celestial Court, Fang Yuan could not compare to it. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. It had an extremely long history. It had been established since the remote antiquity era, more than 3 million years ago. Combining with the contents of the inheritances that Fang Yuan currently had, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable and had the most potential for development. It was the strongest immortal killer move in the future. It could defend against other people's deductions and deceive Providence. One could say Ghost Official Garment was the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last for a long time. It did not expend immortal essence, but the Gu Immortal's own soul foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically speaking, as long as the Gu Immortal's soul existed, Ghost Official Garment would continue to exist until eternity if it was not directly attacked. Precisely because it was related to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation, it had a huge advantage. That was, its power would change according to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation. As the Gu Immortal's soul foundation grew, Ghost Official Garment's power would rise accordingly. If the soul foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also become weaker. Previously, when I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I had to replenish the Immortal Gu's power after a certain period of time. It was very inconvenient, especially when I was escaping. Once Ghost Official Garment is used, it can last for a long time, and its power will rise along with my soul foundation. This was a very practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other soul path killer moves that complemented it. For example, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. These two moves complemented Ghost Official Garment. If they were activated after Fang Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would he be covered in a layer of Ghost Official Garment, he would also have weapons, Soul Shaking Flag in his right hand and Soul Binding Chain in his left. This way, Fang Yuan's soul would have offensive power. This was also one of the main characteristics of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It allowed a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Fang Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment. He did not choose the two immortal killer moves, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. After verifying the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Fang Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Using the light of wisdom, he thought about his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Langya Blessed Land, I am temporarily safe. Even if the Celestial Court attacks, I can escape with my own strength. But what I need to do is to completely destroy the Celestial Court's Fate Immortal Gu. 10 years. 10 years later, the Celestial Court will definitely be able to restore fate. By then, I might not be able to win. This was the problem that gave Feng Yuan the biggest headache. The Celestial Court had terrifying strength, not to mention attacking the Celestial Court. Even if Feng Yuan entered Central Continent, it would be very dangerous. The Celestial Court only needed 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals to make it difficult for Feng Yuan to advance or retreat. Even with the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan could not think of a way to resolve this biggest problem. Thankfully, I still have Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to destroy Fate Gu back then. He also left behind a true inheritance. I have the crucial key, Spring Autumn Cicada. I have a high chance of inheriting the true inheritance. Feng Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance to eliminate the rank 8 Celestial Court's time path, Gu Immortal Lord Huangshi. Then, maybe with the help of other Red Lotus True Inheritances, he might have a chance of destroying Fate Immortal Gu. Relying on Fate Gu, the Celestial Court stood tall until now. Relying on Fate Gu and Star Constellation's plans, the Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, the Celestial Court remained the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world, unmoving and unbreakable. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Gu was the key to defeating the Celestial Court. If he did not use this chance to destroy Fate, 10 years later, the Celestial Court would take away Feng Yuan's life. Feng Yuan had inherited Shadow Sex inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this point. But now is not the best time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. The Celestial Court failed once and obtained a large amount of precious information. Next time, they will definitely send out stronger battle strength and even more rank 8 Gu immortals. I can only develop first and raise my battle strength before inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance. Only then can I have a slight hope of destroying Fate Gu. There was no doubt about such a general plan. Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence now. His immortal Yuan Stone reserves were almost depleted. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was already being targeted. In the battle earlier, Feng Jioge's Sound Path Killer move had already passed the Reverse Flow Protection Seal and affected Feng Yuan's main body. In the battle in the River of Time, he barely managed to kill Lord Huangshi with the help of the Stone Lotus Island. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance and countless inheritances. He had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the Light of Wisdom. Chapter 1459. The terrain in front of her was flat and boundless. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense continued to spread, eventually covering her entire blessed land. Not long ago, she had succeeded in her immortal ascension and became a Wisdom Path rank 6 Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House, creating this high-grade blessed land. Lian Yun Blessed Land. It was a large tributary of the River of Time with a ratio of 133 compared to the outside world. The Blessed Land could produce over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland, half plain. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The terrain of the Blessed Land was related to the Gu Immortal's situation. The grassland terrain might be because Zhao Lianyun's heart was in northern plains. She had spent most of her time in northern plains. As for the plain terrain, it might have inherited the style of Central Continent. Without any planting or cultivation, the grassland was already green and lush. As for the plains, the soil was also fertile. With a little cultivation, there would be a lot of products. Besides the Blessed Land, there were also Immortal Gu, not mentioning the rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun even obtained a second Immortal Gu, Remembrance, because of her immortal ascension in a high-grade blessed land. This was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a flying ant and flew at an astonishing speed. Its body was silver in color, and when it was stationary, it would emit a faint, illusory white halo. "Oh, Hongyan! Do you know I am no longer immortal? I have become a Gu immortal. Zhao Lianyun withdrew her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, returning her attention to the outside world. She sighed softly. After becoming an immortal, although there was joy, there was even more emptiness and loneliness. In the battle of Reverse Flow River, although Ma Hongyan was crushed to death by Feng Yuan, his soul was still around. This was not Zhao Lianyun's random guess, but the deduction of Spirit Affinity House's wisdom path, Gu Immortal, Su Hao. Zhao Lianyun chose to believe, and this became her motivation and hope to continue cultivating. Thinking that Ma Hongyan still had a trace of hope to revive, Zhao Lianyun restrained her emotions and got up, leaving this secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lianyun walked through a corridor. Female immortal Li Juning was already waiting for her. Lian Yun greets elder sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun immediately bowed. Li Juning smiled and said, "Little sister Lian, you need not be so polite. Let's go. I will accompany you to the Secret Inheritance Peak." Secret Inheritance Peak was a place that Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals frequented. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had set foot on this mountain. Sure enough, this peak was extraordinary. It floated in the air. The void around it seemed to be close, but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain peak was thick. It was like a bow that was not released. It was clear that a huge immortal Gu formation had been set up. The one in charge of this peak was Spirit Affinity House's neutral Supreme Elder, known as Fairy Lu Fang. On this trip, Zhao Lianyun did not see Fairy Lu Fang in person. Instead, he was entertained by the will left behind by her. Zhao Lianyun himself did not sense anything wrong, but Li Juning frowned slightly. According to common sense, as the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun would be heavily nurtured by the sect. When she entered the Secret Inheritance Peak for the first time and received the sect's subsidy, she would be personally entertained by the Secret Inheritance Peak Lord. But Fairy Lu Fang did not follow this convention. Junior Lian Yun greets Senior Lu Fang. Zhao Lianyun bowed towards Lu Fang's will. "No need to be so polite. You are the current generation fairy of our sect. Please take a look at this Gu." Lu Fang's will smiled with squinted eyes. Her attitude was very polite as she handed an information path, Mortal Gu, to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun took a look. There was a dazzling array of items inside. There were so many that she could not help but feel dazzled. Lian Yun's knowledge is shallow. Please help me, elder sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun was a smart person. She quickly handed this Gu to Li Juning, who was beside her. Li Juning took a look and nodded slightly. The items in this information path Mortal Gu were not deducted or reduced compared to before. It was the real deal. She immediately transmitted to Zhao Lianyun. "Lianyun, you have become a Gu immortal and have a Mortal Gu love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land. It is already extremely high. Once you become a Gu immortal, you will need to manage your immortal aperture and accumulate your foundation. The first task is to feed your immortal Gu. Fortunately, although your love immortal Gu is rank 9, there are no problems in feeding it. Thus, what you need to consider now is remembrance immortal Gu. And to feed this Gu, the ingredient is bright eye flowers. Among Spirit Affinity House's benefits, there is a bright eye flower cultivation method. You should choose it." Zhao Lianyun nodded, replying, "Elder sister is right. What about the other two?" As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, there were naturally extraordinary benefits. According to the sect's rules, once the current generation fairy had a breakthrough in her cultivation, she could choose 3 resources from Secret Inheritance Peak for free. As for other Gu immortals, besides making great contributions, they could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Juning smiled, saying, "Other than this, I suggest you choose the divination grass. Since you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you should naturally develop it from the aspect of wisdom path. Divination grass is not only a wisdom path resource, it is also easy to nurture and has a high price in the market of jewel yellow skies. You won't lose out if you choose this. Then I will choose this. Elder sister's choice is definitely not wrong. Zhao Lianyun quickly said. Li Juning was very satisfied with Zhao Lianyun's attitude. Her tone became gentler. Then what should I choose for the last item? Zhao Lianyun asked again. Naturally the first item. Immortal Yuan Stone. That's right. Li Juning saw Zhao Lianyun's puzzled expression and chuckled. Be it bright eye flowers or divination grass, the scale provided by the sect is not enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If you don't plant them on a large scale, they will lose their meaning. Thus, you need a large amount of Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase more seeds and plant them. Immortal Yuan Stone is an important resource that Gu Immortals must store, because it is not only the most common currency used by Gu Immortals, it can also be converted into immortal essence for you to use. It is the most valuable asset. So that's it. Then I will choose Immortal Yuan Stone. Zhao Lianyun did not hesitate, immediately exchanging for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew back to their residence. Before leaving, Li Juning took out a batch of Immortal Yuan Stone and gave it to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, this is the Immortal Yuan Stone that your brother-in-law, Su Hao, and I are lending you, a total of 3,000 pieces. Feel free to use it. It has an unlimited period of time. Ah, Zhao Lianyun gasped, showing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. Sister, you are lending me 3,000. How can I accept this? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You are a member of the sect. You have someone to rely on. Do you know that those itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals all live off of immortal essence stones? In terms of immortal essence reserves, rank 6 Gu immortals who have just ascended are almost completely broke. Rank 6 Gu immortals with 100 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves are already middle tier. There are almost no rank 6 Gu immortals with 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves. They are very rare. Your situation is different because you are not only a Gu immortal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. You are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, receiving the sect's heavy support. You are a special case. Under normal circumstances in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most rank 6 Gu immortals do not have more than 100 Immortal Yuan Stones. Some have several hundred, and very few have high Immortal Yuan Stones. And among rank 7 Gu immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Yuan Stones. Most have more than 1,000, and very few have more than 10,000. This is common knowledge. It is enough for you to know. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun bowed solemnly, his face full of gratitude. Li Junying's words were telling him that the sect had not mistreated him. At the same time, he and his wife were also strongly supporting him. I will definitely work hard, Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any questions, you can write to me or ask your brother-in-law, Su Hao. Yes. Joy flashed in Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone to guide him and not having anyone to guide him were 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's departing figure, the smile on Li Junying's face gradually faded. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became a disciple of Duke Long, her days had not been good. She and her husband, Su Hao, were famous for being in the anti-Feng faction. But now, almost all the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House were clear that Feng Kim Hong was an immortal venerable seed. His future prospects were limitless. This time, Fairy Lu Fang's attitude clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this. She specially accompanied Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent anyone from embezzling Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It could be predicted that this would be a political winter for this couple, and under this cold wind, they could only unite all the people that could be united, like Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together to warm themselves. Northern Plains, Chu clan. The famous strength path Gu immortal expert Chu do put down the information path Gu worm in his hand. Oh, Fong Yuan, it is really not easy to get along with you. Chu do smiled bitterly. This information path Gu worm was sent by Fong Yuan. He wanted to borrow immortal Yuan stone from him. Fong Yuan had once used Lu Guanyi's alias and cooperated with Chu Du for a period of time. Their relationship was not shallow. Not long ago, Celestial Court assassinated Gu immortal Yunliang and destroyed Longevity Heaven's political scheme. They also announced a secret that Fong Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, framing Fong Yuan. Thus, Chu Du already knew that Lu Guanyi was Fong Yuan. However, Domination Immortal Chu Du was not very surprised. In fact, he had once suspected this. He even sang a poem to probe Fong Yuan. Be it Lu Guanyi or Fong Yuan, Chu Du wanted to cooperate with them. But now, Chu Du's status was completely different. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu clan. He had many Gu immortals under him. He was already a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to cooperate with Fong Yuan, once it was exposed, all his efforts in building up his forces would be for naught. There was a huge risk in cooperating with Fong Yuan. Originally, Chu Du wanted to ignore it and maintain a vague attitude. But Fong Yuan did not give him the chance. He directly sent a letter to borrow immortal Yuan stone. And in the letter, Fong Yuan only said to borrow immortal Yuan stone. He purposely did not say the exact amount he wanted Chu Du to decide. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. Chapter 1461. A few days later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense spread out, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lian Yun blessed land was already very different from before. There was a flower field with large numbers of bright-eye flowers. This was the ingredient of her immortal Gu remembrance. She had to nurture them. Other than that, there was also a small grassland. Victory divination grass was planted on the grassland. This grass was small and sharp with a light green color. In the sky above this grassland, there were swallows flying around. These were worker swallows. They were the most hard-working and nimble. Their feathers were black, white, and red. Zhao Lianyun had specially brought in a batch of them to kill insects for the Victory divination grass. During the growth process of the Victory divination grass, it would produce a type of insect that would corrode the leaves and greatly reduce the profits. I have already spent most of the thousands of immortal Yuan stones. I am almost finished. Zhao Lianyun looked at the scene in front of her and sighed in her heart. At first, she felt this was a huge sum of money, but after using it, she found it was not worth it, because she was not just nurturing one or two resources, she was building two complete ecosystems, not just the seeds of the bright-eye flowers and Victory divination grass, but also the soil, irrigation, and the construction of the climate. All of these needed to be invested. According to the time, after a year of immortal aperture time, the production of bright-eye flowers will be enough to feed Remembrance immortal Gu. 2 years later, the profits from the Victory divination grass and bright-eye flowers will be enough for me to earn hundreds of immortal Yuan stones. 3 years later, I will be able to repay Li Junying's loan. And all of this can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And this does not include the expenses incurred in the entire process. Zhao Lianyun could feel the difficulty of Gu immortal cultivation. This was only the cultivation of two resources. They were operated independently and did not interfere with each other. At the same time they were plants, The difficulty of raising them was much lower than beast groups and variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyun was a high-grade blessed land. It had abundant space path and time path resources. And most importantly, she had divine concealment. She was immune to calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this biggest problem. The number of Lao Yen is still a little too little. It can't satisfy the entire grassland. I have to bring in another batch. Zhao Lianyun communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies again and probed it with his divine telekinesis. These days, she fully experienced the convenience of the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Guts Goo. Zhao Lianyun soon discovered that someone was selling Guts Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies. She knew that the Guts Goo was unique to Fang Yuan, but in the Jewel Yellow Skies market, because the Guts Goo was in short supply, there was a black market. That is, someone would first purchase Guts Goo in large quantities and then sell them at a high price. Thus, the seller of the Guts Goo might not be Fang Yuan. Moreover, Goo Immortals' wills and identities could be switched at will. Jewel Yellow Skies was safe and free. Even the Celestial Court could only watch as Fang Yuan sold it. Even if I can sell the bright-eyed flower and the victorious divination grass a few years later, there will be other competitors who will also be affected by the market. In terms of price, they cannot compare to Guts Goo. Fang Yuan was Zhao Lianyun's greatest enemy. She paid close attention to the Guts Goo trade, but the more she paid attention, the more she realized that Fang Yuan had great strength. She could not help but feel dejected. At this rate of accumulation, I simply cannot catch up to Fang Yuan. I might even be left behind by him. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. But right at this time, for some reason, there was a commotion ahead. Large numbers of Goo Immortal wills that were scattered all around Jewel Yellow Skies were now gathering towards that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped. Is there a huge transaction? I heard from Li Juning that such a huge transaction that can cause such a commotion is rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Last time, someone was selling large numbers of year beasts. To think that my luck is so good, I can see it not long after I advance to an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up this opportunity to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense over to take a look. Soon, she arrived at the scene. Here, a huge Goo Immortal will with the appearance of a fatty was sitting in the air. Around him were Year Goo. A vast number of Year Goo. So many Year Goo. There are at least 100,000 of them. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. This was the first time she had seen so many Year Goo piled up together. The huge number and scale had a huge visual impact. Sister Li Juning is right. Mortal Goo only differ in quantity to Goo Immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. How much are you selling these Year Goo? Immediately, a Goo Immortal will ask for the price. The fatty will smiled and answered he gave a very fair price. The other Goo Immortals immediately conversed. If there are no problems with these Year Goo, I will definitely buy a batch. These are Time Path Mortal Goo. They have a wide range of uses, be it Goo refinement or other aspects. They have a common demand. And the price is so fair I might need to charge more. Even if I cannot use them, I can sell them in the future. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Who is the seller? Selling Year Goo at this time is a very good timing. According to convention, the biggest sellers of Year Goo in the market have not started selling yet. The Goo Immortals discussed. All sorts of divine senses and wills conversed. It was not a secret. Zhao Lianyun learned a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found out that the seller of Year Goo was likely a newcomer. Although the timing of the sale was brought forward, it was inevitable that there would be a fierce collision with the previous seller. If this seller was just a one-time deal, it would be fine, but if they wanted to enter the market of Jewel Yellow Skies for a long time, there would be a bloodbath. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened. If it was the latter, then this would be a great lesson. I will sell my resources in the future and enter the market of Jewel Yellow Skies. My resources are not unique in the world. I will need to go through this stage. How many monopolistic businesses are there in the entire Gu immortal world? Not everyone is as lucky as Fang Yuan. I need to learn and pay attention to this sale of Year Gu. Maybe I can learn a lot from it. Zhao Lianyun reminded herself. The scene was bustling. Many Gu immortals started to purchase Year Gu. Time Path Gu worms had a wide range of uses. The market demand was high. Transactions were completed one after another. The profits accumulated to a certain extent. Some Gu immortals were very jealous. I estimate that this Gu immortal who sold Year Gu has earned at least 50,000 immortal yuan stone in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. This seller continued to sell Year Gu and replenish them. Even though there were many transactions around the fatty's will, the number of Year Gu sold increased instead of decreasing. Oh heavens! How many Year Gu does this person have? Incredible, this is a huge sum. They are not friendly. The biggest sellers of Year Gu have always been Xia Baoshu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu. This might cause a war. Zhao Lianyun listened attentively. She was getting more and more expectant. With this mysterious seller entering the market, the three people who benefited from it would not let this go. Chapter 1462. Eastern Sea. A shallow sea area. A jade pavilion stood alone in the depths of the sea, emitting the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu house. In the jade pavilion, Gu immortal Xia Baoshu was entertaining his friend Yu Xianzi. Looking at the jade pavilion and the huge field of vicissitude mulberry trees, Yu Xianzi sighed. It is time to harvest Year Gu again. These vicissitude trees are growing more vigorously than the previous year. It can be seen that you have made a new breakthrough in cultivating this kind of resource. Baoshu. Xia Baoshu had a handsome face. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Friend, you don't need to suck up to me. Yu Xianzi laughed loudly. I am worried about you. Don't you know that someone in jewel yellow skies is already selling Year Gu? Xia Baoshu did not speak. He stretched out his hand and took out a mortal Year Gu, handing it to Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi took it and looked at it. Not bad. This rank 5 Year Gu is of good quality. It is shiny and healthy. It looks good. Xia Baoshu shook his head. This is not my Year Gu. It belongs to that person in jewel yellow skies. So that's it. Yu Xianzi was slightly surprised before accepting it. He knew the background of this friend. Xia Baoshu was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had the exclusive knowledge of nurturing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were immortal materials, but they had very limited uses. Even though they were immortal materials, because they had too many types of Dao marks, they were all over the place. Thus, very few Gu immortals paid attention to these plants. But Xia Baoshu had a different target. He focused on this tree and cultivated it on a large scale, using the vicissitude forest to nurture and attract wild Year Gu. Right now, he was one of the 3 giants in the Year Gu market. Among these Year Gu that he produced, only a small portion were sold to jewel yellow skies. Most of them were sold to Eastern Seas, super forces. Even so, Xia Baoshu would not give up on the jewel yellow skies market easily. Because this was a market for the whole world, in a way, the jewel yellow skies market was more important than those super forces in Eastern Sea. Now that someone was making a huge move, they seemed to be entering the Year Gu market. How could Xia Baoshu ignore it? Even though it was not time for him to sell Year Gu yet, he had been paying attention to the movements of Year Gu in the market for the entire year. I have seen this Year Gu. It is indeed high quality. Our opponent this time is not simple. Xia Baoshu sighed. Yu Xianzi nodded. With such a large number, it's very likely that it's a superpower of a certain region. If it's just one person, it's very difficult for such a large number to appear at once. Back then, didn't you accumulate power step by step and climb your way up? Xia Baoshu immediately laughed. Oh, you. Why bother beating around the bush to encourage me? Among the 3 major sellers, only I'm a rogue cultivator. But it is precisely because of this that I have walked step by step, bumping into things and constantly suffering setbacks. My foundation is extremely stable, and I have seen all sorts of storms. This time will be no exception. Furthermore, Yu Xianzi continued, moreover, your 3 clans have already reached an agreement. Every industry has its own unspoken rules. Even though this newcomer is coming with great momentum, he broke the unspoken rules. I'm afraid he will be suppressed and ostracized by the 3 of you, right? Ha ha ha, as expected, I can't hide anything from you. You rat that only knows how to steal profits. Xie Bao Shu pointed at Yu Xianzi's nose as he scolded with a smile. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. In a secret room in the Cloud City, Fang Yuan sat unmoving. It had been several days already. These days he had been activating this rank 8-time path immortal Gu years flow like water. He obtained this immortal Gu from He Fan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could use it, but the effect was limited. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 Gu immortal's red date immortal essence to inject years flow like water into it, making it produce mortal year Gu continuously. And these year Gu were then moved to Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Over there, he used his will to stabilize the situation and transact year Gu with other Gu immortals. Indeed, he was that newcomer who sold year Gu in large numbers. He came with great momentum. Not only did he cause a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies, Xie Baoshu and the rest were also very wary of him. Fang Yuan borrowed 73 million immortal yuan stones. He turned them into red date immortal essence and used them to produce year Gu. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal Gu was too amazing. It produced a lot of mortal year Gu. They were of good quality too. These few days the market's response was very good. Many Gu immortals bought the first batch and felt that it was good. They went to buy the second batch from Fang Yuan. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements of activating years flow like water immortal Gu paused. He was in constant communication with Jewel Yellow Skies. Through the will in Jewel Yellow Skies, he sent a message saying that a super force wanted to buy Fang Yuan's goods in large numbers, but was afraid that Fang Yuan could not provide them, so they wanted to talk to him personally. If possible, they wanted to establish a long-term cooperation. This news could be true, but it could also be fake. Or more likely, those original year Gu buyers are pretending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, throwing this information to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was not interested in a long-term cooperation. This time he wanted to make a huge move, Central Continent. Rong Xian was silent. The other party is not interested in my suggestion? Rong Xian was surprised. He was pretending to be a huge buyer. He wanted to communicate with Fang Yuan's main body and probe his background. But Fang Yuan did not even bother to ask him. How can this be? Even if he is the representative of a superforce, he wants to have more buyers for his year Gu, unless he does not have many year Gu left. Rong Xian was a member of the 10 great ancient sects. As a Righteous Path member, he understood the thoughts of Righteous Path, Gu immortals, and superforces. He thought about it. He felt that his guess was very likely. This must be the reason why this mysterious seller is selling year Gu in advance. He is trying to avoid us. He is avoiding even my suggestion. I am afraid he really does not have enough stock. Actually, these year Gu that he sold are only 1/10 of the ones I have left. Thinking of this, Rong Xian laughed lightly. This is a good way to attract attention. He evaluated Fang Yuan's actions. Unfortunately, he does not have enough strength. What use is it? Southern border. Returning Dragon Valley. The sound of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Water, vapor spread, vegetation was green. Righteous Path, Superforce, Yao, Clan's external supreme elder, Wang Mingyu, was standing on a huge rock, looking at the waterfall in front of her. This waterfall was not ordinary. It was a tributary of the river of time. There are 3 sellers of Year-gu. Eastern Sea Xia Baoshu uses vicissitude trees to nurture Year-gu. Central Continent's Rong Xian uses refinement path methods to refine a vast number of Year-gu at regular intervals. Only I have a tributary of the river of time. I can search for natural wild immortal gu. Wang Mingyu compared internally. This tributary of the river of time was special. It was a tributary of the middle river segment of the river of time. There were many special river segments in the river of time. For example, the Blade River segment, it was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable back then. He used Shi Yuan and Dao Julang to create a special river segment to protect a stone lotus island that he created. In the Year River segment, there were countless wild Year-gu. This river segment's tributary was discovered by the former lone immortal Wang Mingyu. She managed it secretly. But a few years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path found it. They were jealous. After some secret discussions, Yao clan won. Yao clan's gu immortal Yao Tian Zhe married Wang Mingyu. Because of this returning Dragon Valley was openly incorporated into the Yao family's territory. This year's harvest is good. I caught 30% more Year-gu than usual. Since the other 2 sides are not making a move, I will make a move first. If I let that newcomer sell his goods, it will be hard for me to sell all of my wild Year-gu. Wang Mingyu thought of this and started to sell Year-gu in jewel yellow skies. Her actions caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. One of the 3 sellers of Year-gu, Wang Mingyu, is making a move. If that mysterious person sells Year-gu, it will not be easy for others to sell them. This is going to be a good show. That's right. The mysterious person is selling such a huge amount of Year-gu. The 3 sellers must be having a hard time holding back. Now that Wang Mingyu is making a move, the other 2 will not sit still. Let's wait. Maybe there will be a trade war. We will be able to get some benefits. Many gu immortals conversed. Chapter 1463. Wang Mingyu sold her goods. Originally in the market of jewel yellow skies, only Fang Yuan was selling Year-gu in bulk. Now that there was a competitor, it caused a huge commotion. Women will always be women. They have no patience at all. Central Continent's Rong Xian scoffed after getting the news. This way, many gu immortals will choose to watch. He was experienced in selling Year-gu. He immediately guessed the change in the market. As expected, the popularity of Jewel Yellow Skies' Year-gu market slowed down. Wang Mingyu became Fang Yuan's competitor. The market supply of Year-gu exceeded the demand. The gu immortals held back, waiting for the show to start. Jewel Yellow Skies was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. In the past, when they sold Year-gu, their business was always booming. But this year they were sold early, the situation was bleak, almost no one was interested. Regarding this, Wang Mingyu was helpless. There was no helping it. She had a lot of Year-gu. If she did not sell them now and waited for the other 2 sellers to sell, her market share would shrink. Wang Mingyu actually sold early. Different from Rong Xian, who was unmoved, Xia Baoshu was hesitating. Xia Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. She was an experienced seller. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? The biggest possibility is that she has a lot of Year-gu in her inventory. Xia Baoshu did not show it on the surface, but he was getting more worried internally. A day later, he finally decided to make a move. He sold Year-gu in Treasure, Yellow Heaven. Xia Baoshu is making a move too. Among the 3 giants, 2 have already sold early. That's because today is different from the past. A 4th wolf has entered the original grassland. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the gu immortals discussed. Damn it, these 2. Central Continent's Rong Xian heard the news and gritted his teeth. He could only follow. The situation was different from before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sold alone, Rong Xian could endure it. He was unmoved. With Wang Mingyu, Rong Xian was only slightly nervous. However, if Xia Baoshu also sold his goods, Rong Xan would be under a lot of pressure. Of the 4 major sellers, if he was the only one who didn't make a move, then the one who would suffer the most was undoubtedly him. However, Rong Xan had her own difficulties. His year gu was refined from gu. Because it wasn't the time limit of previous years, he didn't have enough stock in his hands. Therefore, among the 4 major sellers, he had the least inventory. Without a choice, Rong Xan could only grit his teeth and sell year gu in jewel yellow skies. I have the least goods in my hands, so I can't use force. Rong Xan had a feeling that what he needed now was time to refine more year gu. After some thought, he took the initiative to contact Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyue. These 3 had known each other for many years. In terms of year gu, they competed and interacted with each other. They naturally had information path, gu worms that connected them. Even though there are newcomers, I believe that the 3 of us should still abide by the old agreement, right? Rong Xan reminded the 2 of them. Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed without hesitation. Originally, by selling year gu in advance, they had already broken some old agreements. But because it was a special situation, it was understandable. But if they broke other agreements, especially the price of year gu, they would be breaking the rules. When there were too many sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method in a business war. But if it was too powerful, it would hurt both sides. Xia Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xan had fought against each other many times already. They did not change the price, other than not being able to do anything to each other. It was also to protect their own benefits. There was a problem here. If Fang Yuan's side suddenly lowered the price, what should they do? The 3 of them might abide by the agreement, but Fang Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rong Xan persuaded him, he might not listen. However, Rong Xan, Xia Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were not worried about this. With 4 sellers selling year gu at the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his sales were stagnating. I am a newcomer after all. Even though the goods are of high quality in the hearts of other gu immortals, how can I compare to the 3 giants? Wang Mingyu, Xia Baoshu, and Rong Xan had been doing this business for many years. They had built up their reputation. This was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. But Fang Yuan had his own methods to deal with it. Soon, Rong Xan, Xia Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu found out about a huge piece of news at the same time. That mysterious seller started to lower the price of year gu. So they used this move after all. I thought they would have some tricks up their sleeves. The 3 sellers were not anxious. They were even a little disdainful. They were already sick of this method of lowering prices. They had suffered a lot because of it. Lowering prices in a business war was a double-edged sword. It would hurt both sides. But to the buyers, Fang Yuan taking the initiative to lower the price was undoubtedly good news. Weren't they waiting for such a chance? They were like sharks that heard the news. They swarmed over. Fang Yuan's year gu started to be sold in large numbers. It was a stark contrast to Xia Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xan. The other party seems to be very experienced. They lowered the prices very well. It feels like a lot, but it did not decrease by much. Wang Mingyu observed secretly. But so what? The whole of Jewel Yellow Skies has a huge market for year gu. How can you supply all the buyers in the 5 regions? In the end, you are still making a loss to yourself. You can sell them for a much higher price. The 3 sellers maintained the same price, but a few days later, they could not sit still anymore. What is going on? This person has so many year gu. It seems like he has an endless supply. How can he have so many year gu? Something is not right. The mood of the 3 major buyers became a little heavy, but they were hesitant to lower their prices as well. In the end, it was because of their mental state. Fang Yuan was a newcomer. It was new to him no matter how much he earned. But for these 3 big sellers, because they were experienced, they would estimate the approximate profit every year. This way, if they lowered their prices, their profits would shrink. It was natural for them to hesitate. A few days later, Fang Yuan was still selling like hotcakes. The three sellers saw that the situation was not right. Wang Mingyu negotiated with the other two to lower their prices as well. Xia Bao Shu had a cold expression. In this situation, I am afraid that person has a lot of stock. If we do not lower our prices, we will not be able to sell them. Indeed, Wang Mingyu added, this person has extraordinary methods. He lowered his prices perfectly. We are at a disadvantage now. Rong Xian snorted coldly. Whether we lose or not depends on the Yergu sales. If we lower our prices too much and sell too much, we will suffer losses. What is the point? He did not agree with this method. He wanted to endure it for a while longer. He had no choice. He didn't have many goods on hand. If he lowered the price, more people would buy them. If he didn't sell the goods and ran out of stock, it would damage his image and reputation. Chapter 1464. Genius in 1 second. Remember to go away. Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. He lowered the price. As Fang Yuan lowered the price, Xia Bao Shu and the other two sellers also lowered the price after holding on for a few days. However, they did not lower the price by a lot. They were all at the same pace as Fang Yuan. I am a newbie in the Yergu business. I have an unknown identity and origin. Compared to me, Xia Bao Shu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu have good reputations. They have been in business for many years and are trusted by others. Thus, as long as they lower the price to the same as me, those who want to buy Yergu will still choose them first. Fang Yuan knew about Xia Bao Shu and the other two schemes. This was where Xia Bao Shu and the rest were superior to Fang Yuan. Their years of experience and accumulation were deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was not a joke. But so what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. On the day that Xia Bao Shu and the rest lowered the price, Fang Yuan continued to lower the price. The Gu immortals in jewel yellow skies were already paying attention to this rare competition. Once Fang Yuan lowered the price, news spread rapidly. Not long after, almost all the Gu immortals and forces that were paying attention to this matter knew about it. I heard that Xia Bao Shu lowered the price. I wanted to buy from him. After all, it has been like this in the past. That's right, but I prefer Rong Xian's goods. But that fourth person lowered the price again. It seems that he has a lot of strength. He wants to challenge the three sellers. The buyers were overjoyed. They were relaxed and happy after all. They were the ones benefiting from the price war. Moreover, it was also a rare pleasure to sit still and watch a good show of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. At the same price, Fang Yuan could not compete with the other three. He had no competition. But when he lowered the price and was lower than the other three, he had a huge advantage. After all, Fang Yuan's goods were excellent and cheap. Would Gu immortals be stupid enough to buy the most expensive ones? Therefore, for the rest of the day, Fang Yuan's business was still booming, and no one was interested in the other three. After getting this news, Central Continent Gu immortal Rong Xian laughed. It was a cold laugh, of course. He communicated with the other two parties. Interesting, this person really wants to start a price war with us. Wang Mingyu smiled. For so many years, no one has been able to shake our positions. This time, I want to see what kind of person he is. Xia Bao Shu finally agreed. Then let's follow suit and lower our prices. There was nothing to say. Since Fang Yuan lowered his price again, the other three sellers also lowered their prices, becoming the same as Fang Yuan's Yergu. She had already hesitated for a long time. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to fight, these three Gu immortals felt that they had great strength. They followed up fearlessly. The price was lowered for the second time. There was a small heated discussion in jewel yellow skies. The other Gu immortals started to get excited, because they knew that this was only the second price reduction. It was only the start of this war. There would definitely be a third and fourth price reduction. But that will depend on when that mysterious fourth party lowers their prices. To the seller, any price reduction is equivalent to cutting off their own flesh. Earlier, that fourth party started a war, but the three sellers were not afraid. They played with you. They were full of spirit. That's right. There might be a third price reduction soon. I wonder when that will happen. The spectating Gu immortals conversed. Normally speaking, price reductions were common in such a war, but there was a gap between each price reduction. Because the sellers needed to observe the market, they needed time to think and make a decision. Lowering prices was a double-edged sword. Even though they could attack their competitors, they would also hurt their own profits. If the sales were good, then perhaps they wouldn't lower the price anymore. After all, they needed to protect their own profits. If they lowered their prices, even if they sold more, they might not earn much. After all, their competitors would lower their prices as well. If the sellers did not give in, they would lower their prices as much as they could. If they fought to the end, they might die together. But for Gu immortals, there were almost no situations where the sellers fought to the end. The sellers were not fools. They sold things to gain profits. If they fought to the end, they would not gain anything. What was the point of selling? The sellers were smart. The buyers were smart too. After the three sellers lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan's, they did not buy much. The year Gu sales would become bleak. Because the most important factor in this war was Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan lowered his prices, they would buy some. Why was that? Firstly, in terms of price, Fang Yuan's was cheaper. It was more affordable. Next, it encouraged Fang Yuan to pressure the three sellers to lower their prices. In the end, Fang Yuan would not be able to hold on, because the side that lowered their prices would suffer losses. But after the prices fell to the bottom, the buyers would gain the most. If the prices were the same, most of them would not choose to buy Fang Yuan's Gu. A business war was a psychological game like this. After the second price cut, the four sides reached the same level again. Fang Yuan's actions were unexpected again. He paid close attention to jewel yellow skies. When the three sellers lowered their prices, he responded by lowering his prices again. Oh! Many people were shocked. Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. And because of this speed, many people could sense Fang Yuan's unyielding attitude. The other party is coming at us fiercely. Rong Xian's side, he felt a trace of pressure. Because among all the sellers, he had the least stock. Towards the end of the war, when the prices of goods fell, there would be a huge buying frenzy. At this time, if there were too few goods, it would be awkward. Others would want to buy your goods, but you have no stock. Not only would you be eliminated early, the buyers would also think that you were weak. The reputation that you accumulated over the years would be greatly damaged. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. On one hand, he urged others to refine year Gu to replenish their supply. On the other hand, he was thinking about whether he should lower his price or not. More specifically, if he lowered his prices by a large margin, to the extent that others would not dare to follow him because it would be too much of a loss. But it would not be too large. At least the buyers would think that they could wait and see. This way, as long as they had enough time, Rong Xian could replenish his stock and win the war. But if I lower my prices, the other two parties might guess that I do not have much stock. Rong Xian hesitated, because he could think of this method to help him get through this crisis. The other two parties were also very experienced, so there was a high possibility that they could reverse the situation on their side. After all, deductions were not difficult. As long as one was experienced, they would have this kind of sensitivity. This way, if Rong Xian did this, he would be exposing his weakness. He might be eliminated early. Thus, Rong Xian was not only hesitant, he was having a headache. He felt a huge headache, because not only did he have to consider the mentality of the buyers and sellers, he also had to pay attention to his competitors. Just as he was hesitating, Xiaobao Shu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The result was the same as before, maintaining the same price as Fang Yuan's. Both of them had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu. They were not anxious. Since Fang Yuan wanted to start a war and lower their prices, they would fight him to the end. After all, as long as they were at the same price, buyers were more willing to buy their goods. This was a huge advantage. This was the third time they were at the same price. Hearing this news, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His gaze was filled with a cold light. In that case, I will slightly increase my pace. Thus, he lowered his prices again. And this time it was a huge reduction, far larger than before. This caused a huge commotion in jewel yellow skies. The buyers were very excited. This was the result of their restraint. It was also the result of their victory. So much at once. Xia Baoshu's expression turned grim. He felt Fang Yuan's aggressiveness. If the previous few punches were just a few light punches, then this time it was a heavy kick. But Xia Baoshu had to accept it. If he did not, he would be eliminated. Buyers had no loyalty to speak of. Business wars were very cruel. Xia Baoshu lowered his price first. Wang Mingyu lowered her price as well. Both sides were at the same price again. Rong Xian felt a huge headache. He had wanted to lower his own price, but after hesitating for a while, he did not expect the other party to act before he did. This way, not only did his plan fail, even if he wanted to continue with his original plan, he would need to ask Rong Xian to lower his price even more. But this way, the price was dangerous, because if it was much lower than the normal price of Yirgu, buyers would definitely buy it. Maybe that mysterious seller does not have much stock? Does he have the same plan as me? Rong Xian still had a trace of hope. He followed up and lowered his price to the same as the other three parties. They all lowered their prices. Ha ha ha. The buyers were happy, of course, but what made them even happier was yet to come. When Rong Xian lowered his price, Fang Yuan followed up and lowered his own Yirgu's price again. And this time, the price was even higher than before. Jewel Yellow Skies was shaken. The three sellers were shocked. This guy is incredible. Xia Baoshu had a solemn expression. He was originally calm and collected. He did not show his emotions on his face, but now he could not hide it anymore. Fang Yuan lowered his price this time. It greatly reduced the profits of the Yirgu trade. As for the three sellers, if they followed up, they would suffer huge losses. This is a huge gamble. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She felt a chill that she had not felt for a long time. Chapter 1465. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Rong Xian's last bit of hope was completely extinguished because he knew that the other party was not in the same situation as him. They had a lot of goods. Because at this price, there would be a buying frenzy for Yirgu. Chew, this time I lost. Rong Xian smiled bitterly, but he had no choice. He did not have enough goods. There was no need for any reason. Failure had its reasons. But in this world, people did not look at reasons. They did not need reasons. They only looked at failure. Like Rong Xian expected, after Fang Yuan lowered his price, a buying frenzy erupted. Many buyers started to buy Yirgu. It was rare to see such a cheap price. How could they not grab this opportunity? A large number of transactions were carried out. Fang Yuan was raking in money every day. The other three parties did not make a move. Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu were hesitating. Rong Xian was hesitating earlier. Now it was their turn. If they followed up and lowered their prices like Fang Yuan, their Yirgu would be bought by a large number of Gu immortals as well. But that way, their profits would be very low. Their injuries were far from what they had expected. But if they did not follow up and Fang Yuan stole their business, what would they do? The crux of this matter was how much Fang Yuan had in stock. If Fang Yuan had a lot of stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would follow up. The market was only so big. Fang Yuan had a huge appetite because he had a lot of goods. If he ate more, others would eat less. But if Fang Yuan did not have a lot of stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower their prices. They only needed to maintain the same price. When Fang Yuan sold all of his stock, they would continue to sell at a higher price. Their profits would be preserved. They would be the victors of this trade war. Thus, Xia Baoshu and the rest started to guess who Fang Yuan was. Was he a man or a woman? What force was he? Or was he a person? Why was there no news of him earlier? Why did he suddenly jump out of a rock? The three parties were puzzled. Fang Yuan's appearance was too sudden. Actually, in the Yirgu market, other than the three giants, there were other small sellers. However, these people were quickly ruled out by the three parties because none of them could be. These small sellers must be watching this intense battle with pale faces. Rong Xian's mood improved at the thought of this. He was unlucky this time, and it was very likely that he would be the first to be eliminated. However, when he thought about it, there were others who were even more unlucky than him, and he felt a little better. But this was just a way for him to comfort himself. It was of no use in reality. No matter how the three magnates tried to guess, they could not figure out Fang Yuan's background. To be on the safe side, Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow in Fang Yuan's footsteps. They lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Rong Xian maintained her previous price. Looks like Rong Xian thinks that the other party doesn't have much in store, Xia Baoshu thought. What he did not know was that Rong Xian had no choice. He did not have much in stock. If he lowered his price by so much, it would cause a buying frenzy, his stock would be sold out, and he would be eliminated. He might as well maintain his current price and take a gamble. If Fang Yuan did not have so much in stock, he would win the gamble. He would still have a chance to stay in the market and fight. If he lost the gamble, so be it, he was going to lose anyway. Xia Baoshu did not know Rong Xian's background. He thought that he felt that Fang Yuan did not have much left, so he wanted to take a risk. But Xia Baoshu was a calm person. Had to follow up, it was the safest. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xia Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xian not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble? Or does he really know the other party's background? Or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xian had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became: Fang Yuan, Xia Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of Gu immortals started to buy Yirgu or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further? The buyers shook their heads. It could not go much lower. The buyers were smart. The sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again? And by such a huge amount. Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot or if he's plotting something. I know that his Yirgu is real. He is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some Gu immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of Gu immortals' divine senses or wills surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Bye. The Gu immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xia Baoshu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past he could earn 100 per year Gu, if he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xia Baoshu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture year Gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But Xia Baoshu frowned. He fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xia Baoshu. If she followed Fang Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fang Yuan's goods would be huge. The market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility. That was Fang Yuan purposely lowered the price. It was just a tactic to win the competition. He was purposely lowering his price. On one hand, he was probing the sellers. On the other hand, he was trying to raise his reputation. If I do not follow, I will be showing weakness. But I can preserve my strength. If I follow, I will be going crazy with that newbie. We will fight to the death. Wang Mingyu thought for a long time before deciding to follow. Because among the three parties, she had the most goods. She had the confidence to continue. But at this time, Xia Baoshu stopped. The price of Yirgu in the market showed that Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu were leading the way. Xia Baoshu was the second highest, while Rong Xian was the highest. Evidently, no one was interested in the latter two stalls. Most of the buyers were gathered at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu's stalls. Xia Baoshu was observing. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting on a brave front, or if he was really that strong. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because at this price she was making a huge loss. But among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian, on the other hand, was the most leisurely one among them as she watched them fight. It is about time. It is time to deal the fatal blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point in the commercial war, he had roughly tested out the bottom line of the three major sellers. Although Wang Mingyu was still following up and entangling with him, according to the market situation in the past, the strength of the three major sellers should be about the same. Even if Wang Mingyu's strength was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time he did not lower it by a huge margin, he only lowered it by a small amount. However, such a small reduction was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the hearts of the three major sellers. Rong Xian's face turned pale. Xia Baoshu squinted. His expression was dark. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said with a shocked expression, "Why is there a need to do this? Why is there a need to do this?" Fang Yuan's reduction was small, but it was a fatal blow because it exceeded the cost of the three sellers. Since Yirgu were being sold, there were costs too. Rong Xian needed Gu materials to refine Gu. He needed immortal essence to activate Gu refinement methods. Xia Baoshu needed manpower and resources to nurture vicissitude trees. Even though Wang Mingyu was capturing wild year Gu from a tributary of the River of Time, the capturing method required immortal essence. At the same time, to maintain and protect the tributary of the River of Time, he needed to invest money. If the price was lower than the cost, he would be selling it at a loss. This was usually done when one had accumulated goods that could not be sold, or when they needed funds urgently. They would use this move in desperation. If this move was used in the battle, the other competitors might be fine, but the seller would be the first to cough up blood. This move was too ruthless. It was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to oneself. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow this anymore. She would be an idiot if she continued. This was Yirgu. Such a Gu worm was actually being sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were stunned. This price was far beyond their imagination. They were tongue-tied and in disbelief. But soon the Gu immortals reacted. Jewel Yellow Skies exploded. Countless Gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. The scene had reached an unprecedented level of commotion. This was no longer the concept of buying. It was the concept of earning money. Buying your Gu at such a price, according to the market situation, they would be making a profit. A large number of transactions were happening. Even the people who bought Yirgu earlier could not help but be moved. They bought from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was booming. In contrast, The other three sellers were not doing well. They were in dire straits. But at this time, the three sellers were not anxious anymore. Who is this newcomer? They are attacking so fiercely, but this time he might have gone too far. Observe. Continue observing. I do not believe that he can maintain the price of year gu at such a low level. The three sellers were waiting for Feng Yuan to lose control. But Feng Yuan did not think that he could not hold on, because he was using rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to produce ordinary year gu. He only needed to use rank 8 immortal gu's immortal essence. As for Feng Yuan, he had a cost. But compared to the other three sellers, if the latter's cost was counted as 10, then his cost could only be counted as 3 or 4. Everyone could sell year gu. It was the same everywhere. The essence of the price reduction in the battle was to compete with the cost. Chapter 1466. Genius in 1 second. Remember, love go. Talk net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It is finally over. This commercial war is truly new. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. The competition for year gu ended with Feng Yuan's victory. This result shocked most gu immortals. It was rare for such a situation to happen. The newcomer had actually defeated the three giants of the older generation. Everyone thought that the newcomer was a wolf, while the three giants were like lions and tigers. But to think that the newcomer was not a wolf, but a dragon. The three sellers were not its match. They lost miserably. Their year gu had not been sold even now. One could imagine that for a period of time, this year gu competition would continue to affect the market. It would be a topic of conversation among gu immortals. They would talk about it enthusiastically. Zhao Lianyun started to reflect on this commercial war. She had originally wanted to gain knowledge from this commercial war to help her in the future. Then, in this commercial war, why did the newcomer win, while the three old sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Then she answered herself, because the newcomer is extremely powerful. Even if the three sellers join forces, they won't be a match for him or her. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed. She smiled bitterly. What she wanted to learn was how to enter the market as a newcomer. Feng Yuan's method had the feeling of great ingenuity, but not perfection, great wisdom, but stupidity. Although its power was unparalleled and it really swept through everything, making the three sellers unable to even raise their heads, it was very difficult for Zhao Lianyun to learn, because this was pure strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not lower the price to the lowest possible at the start? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. She felt that Feng Yuan's actions were unnecessary. But soon, after she thought about it thoroughly, a flash of understanding flashed through her eyes. I understand. Start with a high price and then slowly lower it. Firstly, it's a method that earns more profits than lowering it all the way to the bottom. Secondly, it should be to test the bottom line of the three major sellers. Thirdly, it's probably a demonstration. Zhao Lianyun's mind was filled with thoughts. The trade war has ended, and the newcomers have won. With this kind of strength, victory is not unexpected, but his or her appetite will not be satisfied with this business war. The newcomer wants to dominate the jewel yellow skies market. Not only did he defeat the three major sellers, but he also pushed them out of the market. This person is so domineering, sigh. When will I be able to possess such strength? Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had just started developing her immortal aperture. She was far from Feng Yuan's level. No matter what, she had already remembered Feng Yuan's fatty will. Zhao Lianyun treated him like a mountain. She, who had just become a Go Immortal, could only look up to him in awe. Rong Xian, Wang Mingyu, and Xiaobao Shu were discussing. Sai, where did this person come from? He or she has immense strength. He or she can satisfy the entire jewel yellow skies market alone. We cannot sell our Year Gu now. Wang Mingyu sighed. The situation is not so simple. This person is trying to kill us all. Xie Baoshu's expression was pale, his voice turned sharp. Brother Xie is right. This person is selling so many Year Gu at such a low price. In the next 2 to 3 years, Jewel Yellow Sky's Year Gu market will be at an extremely low level. No matter who he or she is, this is too much. Not only is he eating the meat, he is not even leaving any soup for others. Rong Xian's expression was dark. The 3 major sellers had Year Gu, but they could not sell them. Year Gu was something everyone needed. Fang Yuan supplied so many at once, it caused a huge commotion, causing the Gu immortals to hoard a large amount of Year Gu. Year Gu were easy to feed. They only needed to consume the water of the river of time. Hoarding Year Gu was not difficult at all. This way, not just now, even in the next 2 to 3 years, the 3 major sellers would not be able to sell their Year Gu. As far as the buyers were concerned, they already had Year Gu. Why would they buy from them? Unless they sold Year Gu at a lower price, they might just hoard another batch of Year Gu. But the 3 sellers could not sell their Year Gu at such a low price like Fang Yuan's. The 3 sellers were hoarding Year Gu for the time being. But what was the use of doing so? After 2 to 3 years, the market would slowly digest the Year Gu that Fang Yuan supplied, and there would be a demand for Year Gu again. The price of Year Gu would rise too. By then the 3 sellers could sell, but so could Fang Yuan. As long as he did the same thing, the 3 sellers' Year Gu would still rot in his hands. This was strength. With the disparity in strength, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Fang Yuan was also an intelligent person, but this time he went straight to the point, using the kingly way to crush them. It was also the most effective. After the 3 sellers discussed for a while, they fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy, because they knew in their hearts that as long as Fang Yuan's strength was here, they would not have a good time. Even though the Year Gu trade would not stop, this source of income would shrink at least. They would have to give up on the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Right now, our only hope is that this person's strength is fake. He is just trying to scare us. It's just a bluff. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other 2 immortals shook their heads. The possibility was very small. We can cooperate, Rong Xian quickly said. This was a solution. Back then, the 3 of them had argued with each other and were equally matched. That was how they had come to an agreement to work together and benefit from it for many years. But how can we cooperate with this person? The difference in strength is obvious. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu said calmly. That will depend on our abilities. If Year Gu cannot convince him, there are other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants to kill us, we will have to give up on the Year Gu business. There was no other way. Competition was cruel. With Fang Yuan's strength, the 3 sellers had no way to survive. They could only give up on Year Gu. But could they give it up so easily? The profits from the Year Gu trade supported these 3 and the super forces behind them. Who could accept it if it suddenly collapsed? No, I cannot give up on the Year Gu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He relied on the Year Gu business to support his cultivation and maintain his network. Now that it was gone, it was a fatal blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned to the righteous path and joined a super force. She did not have any profits. It was not her fault. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind her. Rong Xian had the least pressure. Because he was a member of a super force, Central Continent's super force, he had immense strength. And most importantly, he obtained Year Gu through Gu refinement. If he did not need Year Gu, he just needed to stop refining Gu. It was easy for a small boat to turn around. You want to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan soon received the information from the three sellers. He snickered coldly. Why cooperate? He could keep this for himself. Why would he share it with others? Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. 12 million immortal yuan stones. This was Fang Yuan's gains from this battle. Even though the price was low, the sales volume was too high, it was a small profit, but quick turnover. When I get rid of these three sellers, I will be able to raise the price slightly. But in the next few years, they will probably last for a while. Fang Yuan estimated. On one hand, the three sellers were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation, to prevent him from exaggerating his strength. Thirdly, even though the Jewel Yellow Skies market was monopolized by Fang Yuan, not everyone was buying from Jewel Yellow Skies. For example, Wang Mingyu had a super force behind her. Most of her year gu would be consumed by herself. Other than that, there would be other forces that had strong connections. They would still purchase your gu in large quantities, even if the price was higher. Of course, in this situation, as long as Fang Yuan continued to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and use this low price to push out his competitors, in 5 to 6 years, the three sellers would have a tough time. After all, the price was right there. Even those with strong connections would come to Fang Yuan's side. In the entire gu immortal market, Jewel Yellow Skies occupied the majority. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and influence other markets. Eventually, he would become the leader of the year gu business in the entire gu immortal market. As for others, even though they could do some year gu business, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. After repaying my debts, I still have more than 10 million immortal yuan stones left. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I cannot rely on year gu to make money. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about how to use this immortal yuan stone to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair came to find him. He brought Fang Yuan a huge piece of good news. Chapter 14, 67. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go Away? Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. A small food path, immortal gu, was placed on Fang Yuan's palm. It was green in color. It was the size of an adult's finger, but its body had 6 segments. It looked like a caterpillar. But on its forehead, there was a thin silver horn. At this moment, it was lying on Fang Yuan's palm, moving according to Fang Yuan's will. It had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Once a refinement path gu immortal refines an immortal gu, in most situations, this immortal gu would have already been refined by the refinement path gu immortal. That was to say, Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path immortal gu. However, under Sixth Hair's guidance, it was much easier for Fang Yuan to refine this food path immortal gu compared to refining wild immortal gu. Rank 6 food path immortal gu snack. This was one of the requirements that Fang Yuan asked Lang Yisect to refine for him. After inheriting Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he asked Lang Yisect to refine 3 immortal gu for him. Right now, they were all completed. They were rank 7 immortal gu self-love, rank 6 immortal gu cleanse soul, and rank 6 immortal gu snack. These 3 immortal gu were things that Fang Yuan needed urgently. Self-love immortal gu was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was indispensable. Fang Yuan was able to escape the Celestial Court's investigation because of it. Even though cleanse soul immortal gu was rank 6, its difficulty and time to refine was the highest among the 3 immortal gu. But after it was refined, it helped Fang Yuan resolve the soul path trap on the strength path 8-arm immortal zombie body, allowing Fang Yuan to use the light of wisdom again. It had also contributed greatly to the battle. As for snack immortal gu, it was a food path immortal gu. To solve the problem of feeding his immortal gu, Fang Yuan had a huge need for it. The immortal gu recipe of snack immortal gu came from Shadow Sect's inheritance. The origin was related to spectral soul demon Venerable. When he was alive, he risked his life to obtain a food path true inheritance from a beastman Gu immortal. And that beastman Gu immortal was the legendary person who created food path. The ancestors planted trees. The descendants benefited from the shade. The food path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic version in the world. Trying to inject red date immortal essence, Snack immortal Gu's caterpillar body shook. Then, like it was drunk, the lower half of its body lay on Fang Yuan's palm, while the upper half of its body stood up, shaking its head continuously. In the process of shaking, its originally tender green body continuously turned red, and finally became the red of magma. At the same time, its body, which was originally as slender as a human's index finger, gradually became thicker and harder. Pucci. In the end, it spat out a large amount of viscous, orange-yellow liquid from its mouth. Then it quickly withered, and its body shrank, becoming even smaller than its original size. At the same time, the color of his body changed from magma red to pale white, giving off a feeling of weakness. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly Snack Immortal Gu had a limit to its usage. After using it once, it needed to recover before it could be used again. If it was used continuously, it would not be able to hold on. After spitting out large amounts of orange-yellow liquid, it would die rapidly. Love, go small, say neck only after it recovered. When its body returned to its tender green color, would it be able to use it again? Fang Yuan kept Snack Immortal Gu into his immortal aperture, then looked at the orange-yellow liquid that it spat out. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air on its own. It did not fall down. It had already shrunk into a small ball. To use an analogy, it was like a healthy egg. The egg white and yolk were mixed together. This thick orange-yellow liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted. With it, he could use it to replace a portion of food ingredients to feed Immortal Gu. As for other rank 6 Immortal Gu, this orange-yellow liquid could replace 6% of their food ingredients. Rank 7 and above would have a lower effect. 6% of 100 wins seemed like a small amount, but in a few days, Snack Immortal Gu could be used again. It could spit out a second round of orange-yellow liquid. This way, it would be a huge help in feeding Immortal Gu. Of course, the orange-yellow liquid had a limit. It could only replace 40% of the Immortal Gu's food ingredients. Beyond this, no amount of feeding Immortal Gu would have any effect. Fang Yuan took out an Immortal Gu. It quickly swallowed this orange-yellow liquid. The experiment was perfect. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He sighed internally. He had been coveting food path methods for a long time, because after rebirth he had many Immortal Gu. The burden of feeding them was on his shoulders. Before this, for a long time, Fang Yuan had been busy feeding Immortal Gu. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my enemy, Shadow Sect. And it is the most outstanding food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining Snack Immortal Gu is much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of Immortal Gu was hard to predict. Fang Yuan had failed many times to refine cleanse soul, but he had only tried 5 times to refine Snack Immortal Gu. It was a pleasant surprise that he succeeded on the 5th try. With this Snack Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's pressure in feeding Immortal Gu was greatly reduced. Rank 6 Immortal Gu could reduce the food ingredients by 40%. Fang Yuan could use Immortal Essence to feed them. Even though rank 7 and 8 Immortal Gu had lesser effects, the burden was much lighter. After all, Fang Yuan had a lot of Immortal Gu with him now. Snack Immortal Gu was very valuable to him. A few days later, Fang Yuan bought a batch of desolate plants from Jewel Yellow Skies. This batch of desolate plants was a layer of light green moss attached to the surface of the colorful corals. They were light shine fungi. Light shine fungi came from the deep sea of Eastern Sea. It was completely dark there. There was no light. Perhaps it was because of the extreme that the light shine fungus was born in such an environment. The intense light it emitted illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the sea as if it were daytime. Fang Yuan had once bought a batch at the Eastern Sea Trading Convention, but back then the owner was Tong Hua. He only traded and did not sell. After that, she sold the light shine fungi to Jewel Yellow Skies, but after a period of market evaluation, the price became lower and lower. Initially, Gua mortals were very interested in this desolate plant, but later on, the buyers found that this plant was most suitable to be grown in the dark sea. Not only was there no water there was a huge amount of water and pressure. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would become weak. The light they emitted was only comparable to candlelight. In this situation, Fang Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua. He bought almost all of her light shine fungi at a very low price. Fang Yuan first placed a batch in his immortal aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture as a backup. Next, he experimented on another batch. He needed to modify these desolate plants, to change their habits and make them his. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level was very ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had many methods. He had shadow sex inheritances and Langya sex true inheritances. A large number of modification methods were in Fang Yuan's hands. They involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and many other paths. Chapter 1468. Genius 1 Second. Remember if you want to go? Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves surged. Winds and waves crashed on a nameless island. It was not evening yet, but the sky was already dark. The female immortal Tong Hua flew as she raised her head, seeing that the sky was covered in dark clouds, a sign that a storm was about to arrive. She felt vexed inwardly, but her expression was calm. Soon, she flew to the sky above the nameless island and saw a person standing at the highest peak of the island, looking at the sea and sky. Ren Xiu, thank you for waiting. Tong Hua landed behind that Gu immortal and bowed slightly. The mysterious Gu immortal slowly turned around, showing his appearance. He was an old man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He had a smile on his face as he said calmly, "No worries. I have to congratulate Fairy Tong Hua. I heard that the light shine fungi that you stored in Jewel Yellow Skies have all been sold." This old Gu immortal was an Eastern Sea rank 7 enslavement path Gu immortal, Ren Xiuping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded, handing a large amount of immortal yuan stones to Ren Xiuping. After Ren Xiuping counted them, he purposely hesitated. "Fairy, if I am not wrong, this amount is slightly lacking." Fairy Tong Hua's expression was grim. She nodded. "I will return most of it to you first. I will return the remaining portion to you in the future." Ren Xiuping nodded. "Fairy, this is a wise move. According to the loan agreement between you and me, the lesser the debt, the lesser the interest. It seems that you will be able to clear your debt soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted coldly. Of course. Earlier, she had passed a tribulation and rebuilt her immortal aperture. She spent a lot of money and had no choice but to borrow money. Ren Xiuping was one of them. He lent her the most immortal yuan stones. However, the agreement between her and Ren Xiuping was also the strictest. The interest was extremely high. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a dangerous situation, but to think that Fang Yuan bought all of her light shine fungi, causing her to recover her funds. This time, she paid off most of the debt. The crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua didn't feel much pressure to pay off the rest of the immortal essence stones that she owed. Fairy Tong Hua didn't want to stay any longer and was about to leave when Ren Xiuping said, "Fairy, please wait. Is there anything else, fellow immortal Ren? If you still want to borrow my celestial yuan stone, forgive me for being honest, but I won't." Fairy Tong Hua frowned and said coldly. Ren Xiuping smiled and said, "Fairy, don't worry, it's not about that. It's just that I have an incomplete true inheritance that came from a wood path great figure in the past. Didn't Fairy want to modify the light shine fungus? I believe that the contents of this true inheritance will be of great help to you. Fairy Tong Hua was surprised. How did you know that I'm trying to improve the light shine fungus? Ren Xiaoping chuckled. Fairy, you didn't deliberately hide this matter. This old man will know after a little investigation. Fairy Tong Hua's face was as dark as the current sky. Hua, hua, hua. Strong winds blew, creating countless waves that crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge waves. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tong Hua invested too much in modifying the light shine fungus, causing her family's finances to collapse. She had to borrow money from everywhere to barely survive. If not for that, with her original foundation, she could rebuild her immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tong Hua spoke again. Which would path great expert are you talking about? Ren Xiaoping smiled. Would path gu immortal Kue Wu Zi, have you heard of him? Fairy Tong Hua was slightly shocked. He is indeed a would path great expert. He has rank 8 cultivation level. But in history, he is famous for his battle strength. But his immortal aperture management skills are not good. Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone, Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kue Wu Zi's battle strength is too dazzling. It overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal and a Wood Path Gu Immortal who will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this. Tong Hua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my wood path attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me. Maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, what is the price of this Kue Wu Zi true inheritance? Ren Xiaoping thought the fish has taken the bait, but he said, not high, not high. Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought Kue Wu Zi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. Crack! With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tong Hua has already been deceived by Kue Wu Zi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined, especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua is not a wood path Gu Immortal. She cultivates light path. Without years of research, how can she succeed? Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Fang Yuan could only see the pure white light shine fungus in front of him. These light shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak. They were shining brightly. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now the light shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment was lower than Fairy Tong Hua, but he had the light of wisdom. He could use it to think, And Shadow Sect's and Langyus Sect's inheritances had a vast amount of information, giving him the strongest theoretical foundation. He also had a large number of immortal goo with him, or he could borrow them. All these reasons allowed him to create the immortal killer move, Fungal Light Illumination. This move used Perseverance immortal goo, Self-Love immortal goo, and would sprout immortal goo as the cores, with Snack immortal goo as the supplementary goo. It could transform the green light shine fungus into pure white light shine fungi that were suitable for the sky. Among them, would sprout immortal goo was borrowed by Fong Yuan from Langyus Sect. Perseverance immortal goo and Self-Love immortal goo. Fong Yuan already had them. As for Snack immortal goo, he had just refined it. It was a small surprise to be able to use it here. Next, Fong Yuan placed these light shine fungi in Mini Orange Heaven and Mini White Heaven. In Mini Orange Heaven, there was an aurora light. It was very beautiful. Within the aurora light, there were fruits, flowing light fruits. And in Mini White Heaven, there was a small-scale overlord flower field. After the light shine fungi were placed, the two places became brighter and brighter. Affected by this, the aurora light in Mini Orange Heaven started to expand. Even though it was slight, as time passed, the growth could not be underestimated. And in Mini White Heaven, the overlord flower with its petals seemed to have become more energetic. Be it the aurora light or the overlord flower, they needed intense light. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the air. It was very useful for these two places. Fong Yuan observed for a while. He was very satisfied. As long as these two places are constructed, at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food problem of attitude, goo, and wisdom, sword goo. Fong Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Among them, years flow like water only consumed the water of the river of time. It was not a problem to feed it. Attitude goo and wisdom sword goo were hard to feed. All along, Fong Yuan had been worried about this. Now he finally saw hope. Furthermore, the light shine fungi can reproduce on their own. In the future, my light shine fungi will continue to grow. I might even be able to export them. This was very possible. Fong Yuan's modified pure white light shine fungi had a huge market. It was much better than the original light shine fungi. Once it was put on the market, it would attract good reviews and buyers. Fong Yuan had already planned to nurture both light shine fungi. He would place some light shine fungi in Mini Eastern Sea, while the pure white light shine fungi would be nurtured. He would satisfy his own needs before selling them to the outside world. Let me calculate. For the light shine fungi to reach a certain scale and satisfy my needs, I will need to invest 2 million immortal yuan stone. To sell them to the outside world, I will need to invest another 1,800,000 immortal yuan stone. The main reason was that the burden of feeding rank 8 immortal goo was too heavy. In total, he would need to invest 4 million immortal yuan stone. But if he succeeded, he would have a monopoly on this trade. It would be very profitable. In the next 2 to 3 years, Fong Yuan could not rely on year-goo at all. Even after 4 to 5 years, the year-goo market in jewel yellow skies would be very low. Because goo immortals had large amounts of year-goo, they had little demand. This time, Fong Yuan was putting in a lot of effort. Selling year-goo caused the sales of day-goo and month-goo to be greatly affected. Fong Yuan wanted to develop rubbings. Light shine fungi was a good project. Of course, its prospects could not compare to guts goo. Because after the modified pure white light shine fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And guts goo could only be obtained by those with Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 1469. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Cold winds howled. Snow fluttered on the glacier. And under this glacier, there was a negotiation that had a frozen atmosphere. the two variant human races that lived here and concealed their identities, rockmen and snowmen, not long ago. Because of a territorial dispute, they started a negotiation. Right now, this negotiation had already gone on for 6 days and 6 nights. Amoli area is the territory of my Rockman tribe. For 100 years ago, it was an inseparable territory of my Rockman tribe. This is the bottom line of my Rockman tribe. Snowman tribe, please understand. Sherzong's voice was very loud. It reverberated in the room. The Rockman Gu immortals, who participated in the negotiation, had cold expressions, and the Snowman Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They were even uglier. The Rockman tribe's attitude was very unyielding. It gave huge pressure to the Snowman tribe. Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan spoke. For 100 years ago, that was indeed the case. But afterwards, a Gu immortal senior of my tribe won a bet with Sherzong's first supreme elder. Emoli area was the stake of the bet. Sherzong quickly waved his hand. That was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Bing Yuan sneered. Back then, we made a bet. Sherzong's expression was solemn. He asked, Where is the bet? Bing Yuan was speechless from anger. This Sherzong did not care about his face at all. Not only did he use such a method to cancel the alliance agreement, he even wanted to renege on the bet. As the grand first elder of the Stone Golem tribe, he was simply too shameless. But even though the Snowman Gu immortals were furious, they could understand. Because in this icy plain, there was very little land. The Rockmen and Snowmen had lived for a long time. They had too many people. The land was already overburdened. Stone Ancestor was willing to give up his face to take back the Moli region. This was also for the sake of the Stone Man race's overall situation, seeking benefits for the Stone Man race. But this way, the Snowman tribe's benefits would be violated. Finally, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost, the Rockmen won. They took control of the Moli region. Immediately, the Stone Golem tribe ordered all the snowmen in the Moli area to move out, leaving space for the Stone Golem tribe to take over. After returning to his territory, Rank 7 Gu Immortal Bingjua was furious. This Rockman tribe is too hateful. They're distorting the truth just because they have a Rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon? Bing Yuan consoled him. Calm down, Bingjua. Haven't we seen through the Stoneman tribe's attitude after 1,000 years? In the northern ice field, the Stoneman tribe and the Snowman tribe depended on each other, but overall, the Stoneman tribe had the upper hand. There was only one reason. They had the immemorial rock dragon. It had Rank 8 battle strength. With such powerful battle prowess, the Stone Golem tribe had the upper hand in many conflicts and protected their own interests. At the mention of the immemorial rock dragon, the anger on Bingjua's face quickly faded, turning into a helpless sigh. Rank 8 battle strength, immemorial rock dragon. If only our tribe had Rank 8 battle strength, we would be able to fight them evenly. How good would that be? Bing Yuan was silent for a while before saying, It is not impossible to have Rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If it really succeeds, what would the immemorial rock dragon amount to? Bingjua heard this, and his eyes brightened. What plan? Quickly tell me. Actually, this plan has already been brewing in my heart for a long time. At this moment, it can be considered to be an opportunity. Thus, I'll tell you about it, Bing Yuan slowly said. Bingjua heard this and said in shock, You are talking about Lu Guanyi. Oh no, Feng Yuan. Lu Guanyi's identity was Feng Yuan. This news had been announced by the Celestial Court long ago. It was spread all over the world. Even though the Snowman tribe lived in a remote corner of the world, they still knew about such important news. Feng Yuan has Rank 8 battle strength. It is publicly acknowledged. He also has the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Not long ago, we formed a good relationship with him. So if Shuet Air marries him, our Snowman tribe will have a marriage alliance with him. We will be able to bind him to our tribe. With this backing, we will not be bullied by the Rockmen anymore. Furthermore, with a Rank 8, our tribe's development will be greatly beneficial. Bing Yuan said. Bingjua thought about it as he nodded. Indeed, even though Fang Yuan is a human, he is an enemy of the world. He has already joined Langya's sect. There is no problem with his faction. But wait a moment. Bing Zhuo looked at Bing Yuan in confusion. Our tribe has a good relationship with him? Why do I remember that we only had an intense battle with him and ambushed him? Even though we turned hostility into friendship in the end, we are still far from having a good relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bing Zhuo, you were in closed cultivation earlier, pondering over the modification of killer moves. That is why you do not know. Recently, Fang Yuan used almost all of Langya's sect's resources to refine immortal goo. He encountered difficulties in the process and needed the Snow Lotus Essence immortal material. Thus, I made the decision and sold all the Snow Lotus Essences to Langya's sect's Goo Immortal sixth heir. So that's it. Bing Zhuo came to a realization, but he soon frowned. Since we sold them, we made a profit. Why didn't we just give them the Snow Lotus Essences back then? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This is a serious matter. I could only do that back then. Firstly, the idea of a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan was not very strong. Secondly, if we had directly given them to him, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person. He might not have accepted it. Thirdly, this matter has already been known by others. If we had directly given them to him, the rock men would be suspicious and make guesses. Bing Zhuo nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this could not be called a good relationship. It could only be said that their relationship had improved a little. There were many difficulties in marrying Fang Yuan, because previously, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the Snowman tribe had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but the other party's response was very cold. Now that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his status had risen to another level. The Snowman tribe wanted to marry Fang Yuan not because they favored Fang Yuan, but because they wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. The Snowman tribe did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme, heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan was more confident than Bing Zhuo. She said, "Don't worry. My granddaughter is beautiful and a Goo immortal. She is the best candidate for marriage alliance. In this aspect, how can the Rockmen have an advantage over us Snowmen? This is making use of our strengths and avoiding our weaknesses. Our tribe might be trying to curry favor with Fang Yuan through marriage. But Fang Yuan has our tribe's help. It is also beneficial to him. Let's not talk about other things, but we still have some Snow Lotus Essence left. Moreover, even if this plan fails, it is not a big deal. It will not ruin our relationship with Fang Yuan. Let's give it a try." This "give it a try" finally moved Bing Zhuo. The latter nodded. Then, let's give it a try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, swoosh, swoosh, the waves of the river of time surged, resounding in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned the surroundings. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no mistakes, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods of He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the flow of time in his sovereign immortal aperture to its original speed. The resources in the sovereign immortal aperture were very superior, far surpassing super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path resources, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was extremely spacious. It was 250 million km2. In terms of time path, after restoring it, the flow rate was 1 to 60 compared to the outside world. A super-grade blessed land of the 10 extreme physiques was only 1 to 40. As for a high-grade blessed land, it was 1 to 30. It was half the size of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's immortal aperture origin core was also very abundant. 96 beads of immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture every year. In terms of outside time, that was 16 beads of immortal essence per day. Right now, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Goo immortal. He obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads. 16 red date immortal essence beads, if converted to immortal ascension yuan stone, would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal ascension yuan stone. That was to say, Even if Feng Yuan did not do anything every day, just the red date immortal essence produced in his immortal aperture would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal Yuan stone. This was a little terrifying, but the truth was it was far from that. When Feng Yuan's time path Dao marks increased, the immortal aperture's time flow would also increase. When the immortal aperture origin core became more abundant, the immortal essence produced would also increase. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. According to the most basic standard, 16 beads of immortal essence per day, rank 8 yellow lychee immortal essence would be converted to immortal ascension Yuan stone. That would be 160,000 immortal ascension Yuan stone. Feng Yuan had earned over 10 million immortal ascension Yuan stone by selling Gu in jewel yellow skies. When he reached rank 8 cultivation level, he would not need to do anything. Just 100 days in the outside world would be worth 16 million immortal ascension Yuan stone. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the wealth. This kind of gap was not a simple linear one. It was a geometrical rise. Of course, this was Feng Yuan's situation. The sovereign immortal aperture was a special case. It was unique in the world. Shadow Sect used 100,000 years of accumulation. Almost all of it was used to refine this Gu. It was not hard to understand why it had such a terrifying advantage. Previously, Feng Yuan had no choice but to slow down the flow of time because of providence and the calamities and tribulations. But now, Feng Yuan's battle strength rose. He was confident he could survive the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, he had Old Man Inkstone's immortal killer move exposed heavenly secret to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations. Together with his own development needs, it was necessary to restore the flow of time. In fact, Feng Yuan even planned to use time path methods to increase the flow of time. But I need to wait for a while. The time path methods in Heifan's true inheritance need to wait for a while before I can use other killer moves to affect the tributary of the river of time. With this rate of time flow, the illumination fungus will be able to reproduce rapidly. Attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu should be placed outside the immortal aperture for now. Feng Yuan calculated this way he would be able to satisfy the minimum requirement to feed attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu. It was time to feed attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu as well. But rank 8 immortal Gu were too difficult to feed. This problem had been weighing on Feng Yuan's mind. As time passed, the pressure became greater. Chapter 1470. Celestial Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the curled-up spectral soul's main body as she frowned. "Oh, spectral soul, even now, you still do not recognize reality." Spectral soul did not reply. He was silent like a rock. Fairy Myrtle snickered as she activated this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Immediately, the chains shined with purple lightning. Spectral soul's main body, who was bound by the chains, started to tremble. His memories were forcefully extracted. They turned into dazzling images that appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. That was a scene from the past. Spectral Soul had not become a demon Venerable, yet he only had rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul fell into Luopa Valley, directly crashing onto the ground. Guh. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper. His situation was bad. He was on the verge of death. A figure slowly descended from the sky. "Yuhun, you can't escape. You will definitely die today." The person emitted rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression and was much stronger than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul sat up with difficulty, looking at the sky. "I don't understand. This is the first time we have met. We have no grudges. Why are you willing to pay such a huge price to kill me?" The person shouted, "Because you will bring bloodshed to the world, you will slaughter all living beings and harm all living beings." Spectral Soul snickered. "You have killed many more people than me. Don't you think your words are laughable? The rank 8 enemy shook his head. It is not the same. Your problem is much more serious than mine. Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, Is it because I want to create soul path? The rank 8 Gu Immortal showed a surprised expression, but he quickly recovered, saying solemnly, That's right, soul path should not have been created. In the current world, Fate Gu is destroyed. If soul path is created, the world will change. The dead will not be able to rest in peace. Ghosts and monsters will roam the world. Hi-ha-ha. Spectral Soul laughed heartily. Very good. Then I will definitely create my own soul path. In the future, countless people will choose to cultivate soul path. Let this world change. He laughed and stood up abruptly. His condition had mostly recovered. With me here, you will only be delusional. The newcomer sneered and swooped down. Spectral Soul raised his hands as a formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted immediately, dismantling the Gu formation like a hot knife through butter. You think I can't detect this Gu formation's ambush? I purposely talked to you. I have already unraveled this Gu formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal charged forward, about to reach Spectral Soul. But Spectral Soul was very confident. He stood on the ground without moving, looking at the rank 8 Gu Immortal charging towards him. He snickered. The Gu formation you dismantled is only the surface. Don't you think this valley is very special? The moment he said that, the Gu formation burst out with its true power. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was like a tiger trapped in a pond. His charge came to an abrupt halt. This is Luopa Valley. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was shocked. That's right. This secluded domain of heaven and earth is a sacred land for cultivating soul path. Hee, it is also your burial ground. Spectral Soul proclaimed like a victor. Ah, the rank 8 Gu Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was a rank 9 immortal formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal resisted for a while, but he could not hold on any longer and died regretfully. Spectral Soul looked at the corpse of his rank 8 enemy. His hair was disheveled and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Killing intent surged as he laughed coldly. Humph, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create soul path in the future and let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, soul path Gu Immortal experts will emerge endlessly. Ha ha ha. The painting stopped at this point. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dark. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, who was imprisoned, for a while before turning around and leaving. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories this time, it was useless. In fact, it could be seen as Spectral Soul's response to Fairy Myrtle's earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul had a method to resist Celestial Court's soul search. Even though he could not resist Soul Suppression Hall's power, he could choose to hand over his memories. This way, it will take a long time to find anything valuable. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply in her heart. Lang blessed land, Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged in the depths of the valley. With a thought, he activated the Luopa formation. This formation originated from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable himself. The basic Gu worms were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was the ingredient of Clean's Soul Immortal Gu. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fong Yuan obtained the Gu recipe, he ordered Langya's sect to refine a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu for him. Now he had Clean's Soul Immortal Gu. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu not only satisfied the requirements of Clean's Soul, it was also the foundation of many soul path Gu formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At this moment, the Luopa formation activated. the irregular luo-pa wind and bewildering fog started to move along with the gu formation's activation. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and went through the test of the wind and fog. Before this, he had expended a large number of guts gu, causing his soul to become swollen. After a while, the luo-pa formation stopped activating. Fang Yuan's soul had become thin and lean. He returned to the sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With the luo-pa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luo-pa Valley has increased by at least 30%. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. This was the first time he was using this formation. The Luo-pa formation was a gu formation used to cultivate soul path, but other gu formations could be added in. The Luo-pa formation had an extremely high tolerance. This was one of its greatest advantages. For example, when Qin Baisheng and the rest resisted the investigation team of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the gu formation they used in battle was the Luo-pa formation. However, their Luo-pa formation did not focus on cultivation. It focused on defense. According to the records in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used rank 7 cultivation level to kill an invading rank 8 Celestial Court Gu Immortal. Back then, he had also used the Luo-pa formation, but he had added other gu formations with extremely high offensive power. The Luo-pa formation that Fang Yuan was using now focused on soul path cultivation. It used rank 6 immortal gu cleanse soul as the core, a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm gu as the foundation, and other gu worms to create it. Good. After this session of cultivation, my soul foundation has reached the level of 1,000,000 man soul. In Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, the soul foundation was divided into many levels. From low to high, there were 1 man soul, 10 man soul, 100 man soul, 1,000,000 man soul, 10 million man soul, 100 million man soul. 10 man soul meant that the soul foundation was equivalent to the total of 10 adults. Ordinary gu masters could reach 1,000 man soul after 20 years of soul path cultivation. But by using guts gu, Fang Yuan could achieve it instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had almost reached 3 million man soul. But after the tempering of Luo-pa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at 1 million man soul level. First, he used guts gu to strengthen his soul. Then he cultivated in Luo-pa Valley, tempering his soul like steel, removing the impurities. Next, he went to sleep and calmed his soul, getting rid of all impatience. These 3 steps repeated over and over again, causing Fang Yuan's soul foundation to soar like a rocket. How long had it been? But he had already reached million-man soul level. The speed of his improvement was truly terrifying. When he reached 100 million man soul level, his soul would turn solid, turning from an ethereal body into a solid body. Thinking of the battle of Heaven-Stirring Mountain, when Spectral Soul's main body was majestic, Fang Yuan was extremely moved. There was another benefit of strengthening his soul foundation. That was a mortal killer move Ghost Official Garment. This move could hide from the deductions of Providence and other gu immortals. The stronger the soul foundation, the stronger it would be. At this moment, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that Ghost Official Garment on his soul had become thicker, giving him an indescribable sense of security. If my soul foundation continues to grow, I will be able to control even more year beasts. I might even be able to control a second immemorial year beast. However, while I can focus on the soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth it. The reason was none other than Spectral Soul's main body had already been captured by the Celestial Court. He could not escape from soul searching. That was to say, in time the Celestial Court would also obtain Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. At that time, it would be easy to break the killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. After this cultivation session ended, Fang Yuan left Luo-pa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo-pa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Lang, Ye Blessed Land, by Fang Yuan. Firstly, it was for convenience, and secondly, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth expended a lot of heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. Adding these two would be too much of a burden. The moment he walked out of Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Chapter 1471. The sovereign immortal aperture was still filled with tranquility and tranquility. Because there were no obvious changes in the weather, there was no day or night, so tranquility was the main theme here. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a level 1 blessed land. Blessed lands usually did not have any weather changes. Only when one reached the edge of advancing to a grotto heaven or formed a grotto heaven with the immortal aperture have weather changes. There were no weather changes, but the sovereign immortal aperture was not dead. It was alive and full of vitality. Kokitahara was cold, especially at the northern end. It was still snowy and empty. The annexed Han-dong Blessed Land was now a resource point for raising spirit snakes, managed by the Pink Spirit Snake Land Spirit. Besides that, there was also the Bone Burial Ground, which stored a large number of bone immortal materials. And at the southern end, Fang Yuan was planning to build a blood red grassland, using blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation to house the pink flower rabbits, fox groups, wolf groups, and others. In mini central continent, there was the blood Ji forest and mirror willow forest. They were unintentionally accumulated by Fang Yuan. He did not nurture them on purpose. They were not large in scale. There was also a jade light pit, which contained some light path, mortal goo. In mini western desert, there were eerie fire dragon python pit, sand gull soil beach, rotten black swamp, rotten mud swamp, and black dog hill, the former Luyong blessed land that had the land spirit black curly hair dog. There was also a new mortal goo house. It was the mortal goo house Fang Yuan obtained from western deserts, Translocation Desert, Corpse City. Most of the immortal materials inside were sold to 1,000 transformations, ancestors will. There were very few left. Mini Eastern Sea was no longer shallow. It had a trace of an ocean's aura, especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scale Sea Area and Wu Yi Sea Area. The former was a large resource point that Fang Yuan spent a lot of money and effort to build in southern border. The latter was Wu Yi Hai's blessed land, managed by the sea turtle land spirit for Fang Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horn divine tortoises, an ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was also a blood lake. It was not big. It was created by Fang Yuan to repair blood asset immortal goo. It had been preserved ever since. The lake water of the blood lake was mixed with the blood of desolate beasts and goo immortals. Beneath the blood lake were many shallow seas. They had all been meticulously arranged by Fang Yuan and separated. There were air bubble fish, literature carp, black carp, blood jade carp, and so on. There was even an ancient desolate beast, the hidden room mussel, which Fang Yuan had seized from the East Sea. The reverse flow river, one of the mystery lands of heaven and earth, was temporarily left here by Fang Yuan. The lesser southern border was the region with the highest level of development. There were 5 Brilliance Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Dragon Formation Hill, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 nameless mountains. There were also the Coiling Thread Cavern and the Stalactite Cavern. A small number of stone men lived in the mountain forests and underground. In the vast primitive forests, there were musical trees, tea streams, chi death birds, and so on, forming a strict and self-consistent ecosystem that was full of vitality. And in the lesser 9 heavens, lesser red heaven had a large number of year beasts, as well as that immemorial year monkey. In lesser orange heaven, Fang Yuan had been taking care of it recently. With the light shine fungi, the aurora light was expanding. and the number of flowing light fruits growing in the aurora light was increasing. Lesser yellow heaven was very vast. There was only a small segment of the gold fragment river. Lesser green heaven was empty, but Feng Yuan had once placed dream realms in it. Lesser azure heaven had pale azure incense. This was the food of changed soul immortal goo. Feng Yuan had stored a batch here a long time ago. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool at the center of Lesser Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Lesser Blue Heaven was the most developed of the 9 heavens. There was a large amount of cloud soil inside. Many star path resources were planted on it, like arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass field, meteorite pits, and a floating star fragment continent. This was Yi Louis Kunxing's blessed land. It was annexed by Feng Yuan and managed by the Star Core land spirit. Oh, there was also an infant falling star hound. It was eating, drinking, and sleeping here. It was alone and very lonely, but if it was placed elsewhere, it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. After Feng Yuan took it in, he did not take care of it much. In Lesser Purple Heaven, there were eagle beasts in groups. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts among these eagles. During the Dream Realm battle, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to sell immortal goo to forcefully purchase them. They had once helped Feng Yuan by enslaving the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. They helped Feng Yuan get through the life and death crisis. They could not be hidden. Feng Yuan had once wanted to sell them, but he would not receive any immortal goo if he sold them. It would be equivalent to selling them at a loss. Coincidentally, he had seized over 80 eagle nests from He tribe's headquarters. Even though they were not as high quality as the heavenly crystal eagle nest, they were suitable for these eagle beasts to live in. In the remaining 2 days, Lesser White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 remnant ancient heavenly dogs, and a large-scale multicolored overlord flower plantation. In Lesser Black Heaven, because there was no light and the environment was special, there were only a few ancient, desolate plant walking meat trees. Estimating the value of these assets, Feng Yuan could already compare with some rank 8 goo immortals. But compared to the entire immortal aperture, these resources were still very little. Why? Because the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was over 500 million km2 of space, but these resources only occupied a small portion of the immortal aperture. Looking at the entire sovereign immortal aperture, if the entire immortal aperture space was used, it would be 100. Then Feng Yuan's current development was only around 3 points. 3% development. This was not a bad thing. It was a very good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled development prospects. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan was not sure when it would reach 100% development. This was definitely a very difficult and time-consuming super project. Since ancient times, goo immortals had already come up with a set of standards to evaluate the development of an immortal aperture. It was divided into 7 levels. The first level was to create mortal level resources, produce mortal goo materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were often based on scale. Mortals raised mortal goo. They usually only had 5 or 6. Goo immortals raised millions, or even tens of millions of mortal goo. As for the year goo that Feng Yuan had sold earlier, the number had already exceeded 100 million. The second level was to create immortal level resources and produce immortal materials. The standard of success at this level was to allow the goo immortal to feed their own immortal goo and not let them starve to death. The third level was to create an ecosystem and raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, immortal beasts, and plants to trade or earn profits. From this standard, Feng Yuan was at the 4th level because he had many businesses that were doing well and earning huge profits. In fact, in the previous year goo business, Feng Yuan used his strength to dominate the entire jewel yellow skies market. Those 3 failed giants were still in a corner. But from another perspective, I am still at the 2nd layer because the feeding of my immortal goo has not reached the level of self-sufficiency. Fang Yuan had always been aware of this. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. There were 3 rank 8 goo worms. Attitude, wisdom sword, and years flow like water. Rank 7 were sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, year goo. After, divination tortoise shell, dragon breath, dragon scale, defense, big, fight, affection, self-love, perseverance, famous reign, change soul, bloodline, dragon strength, formation flag, and others. The 6 transformations were self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, strength, spring and autumn cicada, landscape as before, man as before, sun, mystery unravel, Vajra thought, fate, chi fate, woman's heart, blood capital, transformation, star eyes, perceivable Tao, yellow sand, soul cleansing, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, star thought, etc. Among them, the last 4 were once in the hands of Fang Yuan. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, they were taken away by Ying Wuxia because of the soul swap. Fang Yuan had used special will to destroy a batch of them, but Ying Wuxia had acted in time to save a batch. Among these, there were also some wisdom path immortal goo that Zishan Makoto had left behind, and some time path immortal goo that were used to construct graceful, chaotic dual stage. Counting the number, it was already more than 50. What a shocking number! After all, most goo immortals were desperately seeking immortal goo. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the most numerous, but most of them did not have a single immortal goo. Rank 7 and rank 8 goo immortals usually had 2 or 3 immortal goo, and some even had 5 or 6. But there was a pattern. Rank 6 goo immortals desperately sought rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 7 goo immortals desperately sought rank 7 immortal goo. Rank 8 goo immortals desperately sought rank 8 immortal goo. And rank 9 venerables similarly sought rank 9 immortal goo. What about Fang Yuan? Over 100 immortal goo. There were rank 6, 7, and 8 immortal goo. And this did not include the calamity beckoning goo that was lent to Chu Du, the wisdom goo that was placed in Langya Blessed Land, and the dark limit immortal goo that was taken away by the celestial court. There was also the formation spirit. After all, it was formed from an immortal goo. Fang Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon, a person who had been reborn, the hope of Red Lotus demon Venerable, the former pawn of Providence, the current leader of Shadow Sect, an inheritor of countless true inheritances. Even though there were many obstacles and dangers along the way, and he was in desperate situations from time to time, it had to be said that the huge risks brought huge rewards. Fang Yuan was currently abnormally prosperous. Because of all the fortuitous encounters, he had the financial support of the 4th layer, but he still could not reach the standard of the 2nd layer. Feeding immortal goo had always been a huge burden and problem for him. But thankfully, after working hard for so long, I finally see hope of solving this problem. The rank 9 wisdom goo has the land spirit of Langya as a spendthrift. The most difficult feeding of the 3 rank 8 immortal goo has already been solved. Next, I need to build up my foundation. I need to solve the feeding problem of rank 6 and 7 immortal goo and become self-sufficient. Looking at it this way, the immortal Yuan stone that Fang Yuan had was not enough. Marriage with the snowmen? Fang Yuan pondered. When Shui Air brought the snow lotus essence, she also brought the intention of marriage with the snowman tribe. These mutants were very straightforward and direct. If I work hard to solve the feeding problem, it will take a long time. But with the help of the snowman tribe, the speed will be much faster. What I lack the most now is time. Marriage with the snowmen is not impossible. Chapter 1472. On Dang Hun Mountain. Gutsgu were everywhere. Fang Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while it directly rose from the original 1 million man-soul level to 5 million man-soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Danghun Mountain and went to Luo Pa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. At million man soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man soul. Adding on the time needed to rest the soul and the time needed to produce guts goo, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Goo. By then, Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. After that, there would be 100 million man soul. Above 100 million man soul, there was an even higher level. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of guts goo, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of guts goo. Danghun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce guts goo. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts goo belonged to Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using this portion of guts goo to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But, thankfully, the year goo business had made a huge profit. Fang Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fang Yuan calculated it was not wise to negotiate with the Land Spirit of Langya and change the share of guts goo on both sides. Because Fang Yuan still needed to rely on Langya sect, not only could he hide in Langya blessed land, he also needed to rely on Langya sect's goo refinement ability to help him refine goo. In the first batch of goo refinement plans, those 3 immortal goo were a huge help to Fang Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of goo refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal goo. White Lotus giant silkworm goo was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal goo. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Langya sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, it would mean that Fang Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But setting up missions for Langya sect to refine Immortal Goo has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used information path Mortal Goo to check on Langya sect's missions. Undeniably, the current Land Spirit of Langya was far more suitable to manage Langya sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Langya sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Langya sect had many missions. Most of them were goo refinement missions set up by Fang Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Taichio. Ever since Langya sect built the teleportation immortal formation, they had been exploring Taichio and excavating the vast amount of natural resources inside. This was Langya sect's main goal now. But Taichio was a dangerous place. Ordinary goo immortals did not want to set foot in it. Even though it was rich in resources, there were ferocious beasts and strange trees. And Langya sect's goo immortals, even though they were skilled in goo refinement, they were lacking in terms of fighting. Even though they had been working hard to improve themselves recently, there weren't many true combat experts among them. Thus, when they encountered strong beasts or plants, these hairy man goo immortals would have a hard time. The exploration of Taichio had not been smooth. Looking at these types of missions, Thoughts flew in Fang Yuan's mind, colliding with each other. In a few breaths of time, he had chosen more than 10 missions with the highest value to performance ratio. At the next moment, he accepted all the missions that he had chosen. First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan used information path, mortal goo, to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya immediately knew of Fang Yuan's actions. He was very happy. Fang Yuan, with you, these missions will be easy to resolve. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. I plan to send my subordinates to complete these missions for me. I think this is not against Langya's sect's rules, right? The land spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. When he set up the sect rules, he did not think of this. But after thinking about it, this was not a loophole in the sect rules. Because the Gu immortals who accepted the missions could ask for help. Why not? The land spirit of Langya could only say to Fang Yuan, then you have to guarantee that your subordinates will not do anything to harm Langya's sect. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan started to send shadow sect members. Hey Lulan in Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, it would be a waste if these people were left idle. This time they were put to good use. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because, from her perspective, the biggest reason why she allied with Fang Yuan was because she wanted to regain her male body. Thus she wanted to refine the immortal level yin-yang rotation Gu. But when she found out that Fang Yuan had to rely on Langya's sect to refine Gu, she turned her attention to Langya's sect. Regrettably, Langya's sect did not trust Bai Ningbing, a stranger. Fang Yuan also obstructed the two sides from colluding, causing Bai Ningbing to have to rely on Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan's ally, Fang Yuan did not have the authority to order her. But why would Fang Yuan waste her precious battle strength? After special communication with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing trusted Fang Yuan. As long as she killed more fierce beasts and plants, the sect contribution points she would get from completing the mission for Fang Yuan would be accumulated by Fang Yuan and used to set up the sect mission to refine the immortal Gu Yin-Yang rotation Gu. Several days later, Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Kokitahara, large patches of round snowflakes were fluttering in the air. These special snowflakes were pure white and crystalline. They were the size of an adult's palm. This was a rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was condensed from heaven and earth. As long as the temperature was maintained to a certain degree, it would not melt. Moreover, it would float forever. Even if it fell to the ground, it would fly up into the air. Fang Yuan inspected it one last time. He did not find anything wrong, he thought. These days I have finally arranged the betrothal gifts for the Snowman tribe. This task can come to an end. Since the Snowman tribe wanted to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan, Shui naturally would not come empty-handed. She brought a betrothal gift. The most important thing was the snow lotus essence. This was a unique immortal material of the Snowman tribe. It was extremely rare in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of it. He stored them all in Kokitahara. Wu Yao Shui had the second largest number of them. It was the food of a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan obtained this batch. It was enough to feed it 4 to 5 times. The difficulty of feeding a rank 6 immortal Gu was naturally very different from a rank 8 immortal Gu. This was a small surprise. At least Fang Yuan did not need to go to jewel yellow skies to buy dancing snow. Other than that, there were some other resources that were not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan either sold them or kept them. They were all dealt with cleanly. This is still too little. If I had more resources, I would be able to develop my immortal aperture faster. Since the Snowman tribe wants to form a marriage alliance with me, just these betrothal gifts are not enough. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He swallowed all the betrothal gifts in one gulp, but he ignored the Snowman's request for a marriage alliance. After producing some guts Gu, Fang Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation began to rapidly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other than soul path cultivation, he also used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a lot of killer moves that involved all paths in the world. He needed to modify the killer moves that could be used with his own immortal goo and mortal goo to activate them. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fang Yuan cultivated while Shadow Sect's members explored and fought in Taichio, while Sixth Hair and Land Spirit of Lengya refined immortal goo for Fang Yuan. Everyone had their own matters. Shui Er gradually became the most anxious person. This great beauty of the Snowman tribe came with an important mission for the Snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan took all of her gifts. He did not even meet her once. He left her here, not caring about her at all. Shui Er asked to meet Fang Yuan many times, but she was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. There was a huge gap between them, and they were in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan rejected all of them. This way, Shui Er was not able to meet him. She felt extremely depressed. The worry and anger on her face became heavier every day. On this day, the Snowman tribe sent a letter to urge her, but Shui Er had hope. It turned out that the Snowman tribe saw that Shui Er did not make any progress and could not meet Fang Yuan. They had a private discussion. They came to a consensus. Since Fang Yuan accepted the betrothal gifts, he had the intention of a marriage alliance. But why did he not meet Shui Er? It was probably because the betrothal gifts were not enough to match his status. Thus, the Snowman tribe gathered another batch. This time, they sent it to Shui Er along with the letter. What is this? I, Shui Er, am a genius of the tribe. I have a great reputation. But this time, I want to form a marriage alliance with a human. I even need enough betrothal gifts. Not enough. I can't even meet him once. Shui Er was depressed. She came to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally met her. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.